say honesty, honesty? Can you say honesty? Say honesty, honesty. Can you say honesty, honesty? Can you say honesty, honesty? Can you say honesty? Honesty, can you say honesty, honesty? Can you say honesty, honesty? Can you say honesty, honesty? Can you say honesty? Honesty, can you say honesty, honesty? 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 Can you say
Yes, yes. Good evening, everyone. Big up Waterhouse vibe, Catherine. Yes. Herb. Is that Lena? Yeah. Let me turn this up. Yes, 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 yes. Everybody can hear me, I take it. Vincent, Tony, so far so good. We'll talk a little bit about that, you know, as to what happened last week. Millicent, Odyssey, big up yourself. Okay, Sharon, you can hear me now, right? Okay. Karen, yeah. Well, we have a lot to talk about today, and we're going to detail about certain things regarding the technology, and we're going to talk a bit about people. But when we talk about people, you know how we do it, right? We produce facts. We don't go by hearsay or innuendos. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. All right, good afternoon. Hope all is well, and welcome to Reason with Rattigan with your host, yours truly, Will the rebel Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio, Facebook, and YouTube. Barbados in the house. Montego Bay, Lena, Sharon. Good. Now, family, several of you have asked me to enjoy, and this is just a commentary, right? Several of you have asked me to enjoy my FBI retirement, focus on my legal practice, and enjoy life in America. You have asked me with very good intention to ignore the plight of the Jamaican people and leave the corrupt politicians and civil servants alone, because in the end, they will only collude and destroy you. And the people who have said this to me, and several people have said it to me, and they've said it, as I said, with very, very good intention. And they've said, look, we're looking out for your interest, and you need to just carry on with your life and just leave these issues alone. In other words, what they're saying to me, and I remember this phrase from a criminal trial I participated in as a witness, and one of the things the defendant said on the stand was, the arms of flesh will fail you, and you dare not trust your own. And he was saying it in relationship to one of his friends who testified against him. And I guess that's what some of you are saying, that the arms of flesh, people will fail you, and especially people who are close to you. So don't even try helping people. Just move on with your life and take care of your priorities, and let Jamaica take care of itself. Big up Phil, big up all of the people from UK, Canada, Barbados, Jamaica, the US, all over the world. Big up. Now, I have given thought to your reasoned advice, and there is a lot of sense there. Take for myself and go do something else. Enjoy the rest of my life. So today I'm making an announcement, several announcements. This is just one. And I know it's a disappointment. It will be a disappointment to a lot of people, including family, friends, and well-wishers. So, regarding the advice that I should address other issues in my life and forget about, Jamaica and the issues there. Yeah, I've decided that I'm not going to turn my back on my people. And family, those of you who disagree with my decision, believe me when I say that I know where you're coming from. I just hope you understand my position and you support the mission. You see, we're called to do this work for our people. They cannot do it by themselves. We see evidence of that on a daily basis. And if we were in a position to help, don't help, who will? Those of us who have escaped the dark side, the underbelly of Jamaica, and accomplished a modicum or accomplished success abroad, have a special duty to create a better path for our people undergoing some of the struggles we experienced. And so my decision is based on my passion, my desire to help wherever and whenever I can. You see, our material accomplishments and enjoyment end at the grave, but our kindness without any reward, when you help someone without it being transactional, our desire to cause positive changes for others less fortunate are the nature of our spirit and will live for generations to come. You will be remembered by the beneficiaries, the people who benefit from whatever you're doing. You will be remembered by them. But most importantly, you would have completed your assignment issued by the Almighty, who will proclaim, "Well done, my humble servant." And my brothers and sisters, family, that is true success and happiness. So, despite the possibility that some of those who you're trying to help will betray you and help in your demise, Stand up for what is right. Stand up for what is true. And stand up for what is just. I'm going to play a little video that I found it to be very profound. And I have to give credit to my brother Wayne Lonesome. He was the one who introduced me to this video. But this video illustrates the point that I'm trying to make. And it probably does so more than I could ever do. So here is that video. Okay, hold on. Stay with me. Kevin, we need to change it. Need to change this. Just flip the screen. Hold on a second, people. Kevin, change the screen to me now. Flip it. Thank you. All right, here we go, folks. Okay. I'm glad to see that quite a few of you saw that video previously. And it moved me. It moved me. Because as I said, we have people in Jamaica who cannot speak for themselves. And regardless of how distant we are in terms of blood, we are family. And so we have a duty to speak up. We do. And I'm driven by that. And I will continue. And I like I said, the people who made the comment to me, they're well-meaning people, but they've said, look, it's not going anywhere. These people are not going to listen. No changes will take effect. And so you're wasting your time and move on. Well, I'm going to give it a try. I'm going to give it more than a try. You have my undying pledge, Jamaica, that indeed, as Anthony said, an obligation that I will continue to fight for you until we see changes. Once things are in place and they work as they're supposed to work, then you won't hear from me. But as long as we have issues and we have people suffering, you will hear from me. Again, Anthony, nothing tried, nothing done. Absolutely. And again, big up yourself, Wayne Lonesome, for helping me out with that video. Family, I have another announcement to make. This one's a big one. The IRS has approved the tax-exempt status of the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. Let me repeat. The IRS has approved the tax-exempt status of the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. You know what that means? That means we can start. So yesterday I went to the bank and took steps to open the account. And the application has been completed. And I was told by the bank manager that the bank would complete its due diligence before the end of next week and open the account. So God willing, I'll make that great announcement next Saturday. It's been a long time coming, but again, people, again, family, again, brothers and sisters, we just have to exhibit patience. It's a virtue. Sometimes we tend to get ahead of ourselves, and that's human nature. The difficult part is to restrain yourself, and just say, look, I'm in it for the long haul. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And things will happen. Just keep plugging away, things will happen. And also, God willing, we will launch the website and conduct comprehensive advertising of the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. And again, remember the name, One Jamaica. That says it all. Out of many, one. That's the motto. That's it. One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. So what we expect is that everybody will make a contribution to this, including people whom we have enlightened, like certain people who really wouldn't have any interest. This is against their interest. But we are going to reach out to them as well. As Anthony said, nothing tried, nothing done. And this is a good cause. This is a worthy cause. Everyone should join it. Please remember that this initiative, it's important for me to mention this. Please remember that it will not, and I say not, N-O-T, address issues between individuals. It is for the express and sole purpose of holding this and subsequent governments accountable. PNP or JLP, it does not matter. However, if you have an issue against the government and it is well founded, we will protect and defend your rights. But if your issue is against your neighbor, your friend, your enemy, your family member, or any individual with no connection to the government whatsoever, then the foundation will not be involved. It's not for, personal matters between you and somebody else. If it's between you and the government in any respect, yes. And in holding this and subsequent governments accountable to the people of Jamaica, the foundation will initiate lawsuits wherever jurisdiction can be established. For example, the US, the UK, Canada, Jamaica, etc. Wherever we can find jurisdiction, we're going to initiate lawsuit if we believe that a wrong was committed by the government. The foundation will also conduct a relentless and effective public relations campaign on a number of fronts. For example, beach access for every Jamaican. As you know right now, you don't have unrestricted beach access. You don't. You should. We should. And so this is an issue that is very near and dear to me. We're going to come up with a PR campaign that is going to, and I'm saying it as plain as I can, it is going to affect the tourism industry in Jamaica negatively. But sometimes things have to get bad and worse before they become good. And if this is a change required, then we are prepared to move forward with everything we have, because it is a downright shame. It is an insult to our ancestors, our forefathers, that we don't have access to one of our national treasures, our beaches. And it doesn't matter whether you're PNP or JLP or UIC or whoever, it doesn't matter. You don't. Yes, Sammy Dredd, unfettered right of access to beaches and rivers. It's not even something that we say we deserve. That's something that it should be a no-brainer. And the government has not done anything about it. And when I say government, not only this government, but previous governments. So we're going to do something about it. So the first thing that we're going to be involved with, lawsuits. Second thing, public relations campaign. And finally, and of great significance, the foundation will conduct inquiries on politicians and civil servants suspected of unexplained wealth. Let me repeat. The foundation will conduct inquiries on politicians and civil servants suspected of unexplained wealth. It will look at their assets in and outside Jamaica. It will also look at donor funds and how they have been disbursed. You know, like Jamaica, we get money for build a clinic, no clinic built, money gone, or the type of clinic that should have been built wasn't built, money siphoned off. We're going to look at that. It will also look at corruption and those individuals who have held certain sectors at ransom before permits and authorizations are issued. We're hearing those stories, and we're going to look into them. And you can run, but you can't hide, because there is a paper trail. Better yet, there is a digital trail. You can't get rid of that. So if you've transferred money before, you can't call back that transfer. If you transferred money 4 years ago, you can't call back that transfer. You can't call back that record. And when all is said and done, the results will be disseminated for appropriate action to the relevant authorities in and outside Jamaica. So we're not going to leave law enforcement, we're not going to leave them out, because we do believe that there are some good quality people there. We do believe that the judiciary serves a purpose, and they have some good quality people there, fair, honest, open-minded. But we're also going to be looking to see, like, for example, the US government, if they can get involved, because they gave the money and the money was disbursed improperly. So we have work ahead of us, but we're going to put our shoulders to the wheel. We're not afraid, and we're not lazy. All right, like, share, and subscribe. Let me say many thanks to all of you for tuning in. And please continue to like, share, and subscribe to my channel. And if you can, please do so within the next few seconds. I'll give you like 10, 15 seconds to do so. My understanding is that you just click a button and then that's it. So while I look around for some other things, just go ahead, like, share, subscribe. Okay. Fancy Face, Dawn, Natalia, PCA, bless up, bless up, bless up. You're welcome to all of you. Now let's talk about the technology issues that have plagued us for quite some time. Now, we've experienced technology issues since the program began almost 10 months ago, but last week was by far the worst. Irene, big up yourself. It was very trying because we had an audio issue for most of the program, and approximately, I'd say about halfway through the program, we had an issue with the video, and we were forced to prematurely end the program. And this happened shortly before 7 last week. Anyway, thanks to Lion, a brethren of mine, close brethren of mine, former classmate at Meadowbrook, and Kevin, another brethren who's a DJ, he's a broadcaster, he's a technician at Reggae Global Radio. Thanks to both of them for insisting that I resume the program, because they saw many of you in the chat room wondering if we were going to come back, and you were interested in the issues. So they said, no, you have to go back and finish this thing, despite the technical difficulties. So shout out to Kevin as well for giving up his slot on Reggae Global Radio so that I could continue with the program last week for an additional 2 hours. Kevin, immeasurable thanks, brethren. And also, again, to Kevin for making himself available to constantly address the technology issue. I mean, he was there. Most of you saw that. He was there. Oh, the video is blurry now. Really? Okay. All right. All right. Stay with me, because I'm going to tell you more about this blurry video and all these things that took place last week. But anyway, thanks to all of you, die-hard family members who exhibited such patience and encouraged me to the end of the program. And thanks to those of you who tuned in at midnight to listen to my music program, Relax with the Rebel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now here's the update on my technology issues. I was simply fed up with my streaming service, and I contacted them on Wednesday and threatened to cancel my contract because of the ongoing issues. They ran a number of tests, including a routing test, and this is what they discovered. You see me clearly? Okay. This is what they discovered. My internet service provider, my ISP, Verizon, for some inexplicable reason, they've been routing my stream from the Washington, D.C. area to a server in Belgium. Hope you hear what I just said. They've been routing my stream from the Washington, D.C. area to a server in Belgium and then to New York. My stream should have gone from the D.C. area directly to New York, but that wasn't the case. So I contacted my ISP on Thursday, and they admitted the accusation. They wouldn't tell me who was responsible for this deliberate action, but they said they corrected the issue. We shall see. Because just before we came on air, a few minutes before we came on air, I was doing a test with the radio station, Reggae Global Radio. And it wasn't working properly. And I had to call my ISP. And the gentleman I spoke with, he was saying he didn't know, he didn't see any notes, he didn't know what took place, he didn't know anything. Even though they told me that they had fixed the problem on Thursday, they told me this. So I don't know what's going to happen today, but we're just going to proceed as if everything's fixed. All right? So I hope all of you have paper and pen ready to take notes today, because we're going to expose a lot. And as always, I will talk about the issues in plain terms so that everyone, educated, undereducated, and uneducated, can understand and discuss or share their thoughts with anyone. This is going to be a teachable moment for all of us, because even though I will be imparting information, I'm at your service and I stand ready to be criticized. So if you have something, if you thought that I went too far or provided inaccurate information, let me know. Or you may have information that will amplify some of the things I'm saying, so that I can explain it better. Help me. I'll help you, you help me, we'll help each other. We're going to get through this. Today I have one guest, and he's no stranger to Reason with Rattigan. He's Professor Knute Thompson from the University of the West Indies. Needs no introduction. And we will be joined by Professor John Lennon and Herb Nelson. They will join us in about an hour and a half or so. Issues. Last week we talked about several issues. We talked about Isaac Buchanan and the hypocrisy of some of the influentials who criticized him. Not that he shouldn't have been criticized, but there are others who did far worse than he did, who should have been criticized, who should have been vilified, and that did not happen. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. If we're going to criticize, then let's do it fairly and across the board. We also talked about the Police Federation Chairman Rohan James and his battle with the JCF for overtime pay for the rank and file members, and the struggle continues. They've been doing some naughty things to him and the Federation, and has to stop. The screen is still blurry. I don't know why. Maybe the stream is now going to, I don't know, Turkey. I don't know. We also talked about the gross lack of leadership and poor to no policing strategies and tactics exhibited by Police Commissioner Anthony Anderson. And I thought we did a fair job on him, and he shouldn't complain. What he should be doing is taking that as constructive criticism and moving forward, if he still decides to hold on to the job. Hold on one second. All right, folks. That was my ISP. And I just told him that oh, it's my camera? Oh, okay. Let's see something here. So I just told him that the camera is blurry and the audio is fine, so they're checking. All right. We also talked about the reason why King Charles III should take action against the Governor General for dereliction of duties and violations of the Constitution. I also plan on revealing the real story involving Minister Kamina Johnson Smith and her failure to report a receipt of a gift of services, but the technology issues and the restricted time caused me to abandon that ambitious project. Well, God willing, I will do so today. Issues. And I promise you that you will find it both gripping and informative. So again, have your pen and your paper ready. So we'll do the presentation on the minister, followed by a discussion of the Jamaican independence and the customary celebration. The question is, should we recognize or celebrate independence? And if we celebrate, what are we celebrating? Food for thought. Please note that as a housekeeping matter, no telephone calls will be taken during my presentation. Once the segment is over, I'll take calls and review the comments. Now, I've turned off the phone, so some of you, in about around 5 minutes before 5, just send me a reminder. Right? I have a reminder here, but I'm going to get into this thing, and I get passionate about these subject matters, and I get myopic, meaning that I'm just transfixed. This is my focus. Things out here, I'm not seeing them. So help me out. Please. Relax with the Rebel. Tonight, we have some important things to talk about. Please don't forget to tune in to Reggae Global Radio tonight at midnight until 2 a.m. and relax with the Rebel. I said that before, but it's worth repeating. Now, here's what I've come to understand about the music I play. I'm not a DJ, I just like music, right? So I play slow jams, I play smooth jazz and reggae. Now, slow jams, that's really for lovers. And smooth jazz is basic relaxation for the individual. But reggae is very flexible and expansive as a genre and is appealing to the individual and lovers alike. However, reggae is also for the collective, the community. And tonight, in light of the independence and emancipation celebrations, I will be playing what I call reality reggae. I will try to squeeze in about 30 songs in 2 hours, and the intent is that they will adequately capture and reflect on our condition as a people. This reality reggae is commentary about social consciousness and political awareness. It is commentary about our relationship with government and vice versa. It is commentary about our relationship with each other, how we treat each other with respect, with love, with dignity. It is commentary about the future, with and without us. It is commentary about injustice, unfairness, greed, corruption, violence, preferential treatment, classism, racism, police brutality, poverty, and the absence of true prosperity. It is commentary about the government's failure to provide service delivery to needy communities. This reality reggae is commentary about our hopelessness and at the same time how hopeful we are about our circumstances and situation. In essence, it's about the conditions we experience as a people. Today I will touch on some of those issues, but tonight you'll hear the issues put to music by luminaries such as Bob Marley, Dennis Brown, Bunny Wailer, Peter Tosh, Buju B, Damian Marley, Kabaka Pyramid, Dre Island, Steel Pulse, Barry Salmon, and Chronics. So there is enough there to attract everybody. And I'm making a personal plea for you to make the effort and join me tonight at midnight on Reggae Global Radio because we are going to turn up the things then. Yeah? Same so. Shout out time. We will continue to beseech the Almighty to bestow His blessings, His mercy, His grace on all of you, especially Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, Ma P, Desmond. By the way, Ma P, get well soon. Get well soon. Paul, Ma Jean, Bob, and of course, Mrs. Nelson, Herb Nelson's wife. Oh, I left out Joseph Hill. All right, I forgot to find something. I have to write that down. Joseph Hill. Somebody said I left out Joseph Hill for tonight. All right. Let's see if we can fit him in the selection. Big shout out to my family by blood, relations, choice, and nationality. And that is all of you. All of you are my family members, whether you like me or not. Still family, me say. Bless up the Reggae Global family, the Meadowbrook crew, the Firehouse crew. And when we say Firehouse, we are talking about man like Raleigh, Bugs Bunny, Bunny Jump, Eri, Richardo, Wani, Zine, Danny Miss Two-Star General, Eddie, Pancho, and Tigo and his queen, Joan, presently vacationing in Switzerland. Have a good time, brethren. Bless up the Rallington crew, Donovan, the Admiral, and the community. Love the support. And bless up the crew of hardworking Jamaicans, JCF and JDF members, including JDF members who will be sent to Haiti without any clear guidance as to what their role will be, because they will be up against well-armed gangs, former military people, unfamiliar terrain, a foreign language, and a different culture. God bless them. Big up to all of the maids, the laborers, and the people struggling to make ends meet. The suffering may seem long, but it will come to an end, and soon. I have a little piece here about a man called Mr. Guntley Williams. Enough respect and love go out to Mr. Guntley Williams, my neighbor. Next door my house, right, that's a 41 Penwood Crescent. They live at 39 Penwood Crescent. Last week, as I mentioned, he celebrated his 100th birthday. And by the way, the Governor General is obliged to send him a congratulatory note, as well as provide him with a token of recognition from his boss, King Charles III. And for those of you who weren't aware, that's one of the GG's functions. And I think I have something here. That speaks to that. Let me see something here. Oh, here it is. Let me show you this. Where is it now? 110, 25, 50, 75. If you guys can see this. Okay, here it is, right there. It says, right here, in response to citizens' correspondence, they're talking about the Governor General, requests Her Majesty the Queen, or, His Majesty King Charles III, to graciously send greetings to Jamaicans who attain their centenary, meaning people who reach 100 years old, or who celebrate their 60th wedding anniversary. He sends his own greetings to them as well. So, that need for you need to take care of that. And I've reached out to the MP, Anthony Hilton, very nice man, decent man, and asked him to contact the GG regarding this matter. Further, the MP, personally assured me that he's going to link up with Mr. Guntley. So Father Guns, big up yourself, sir. And may you live to see many, 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 many more. Because your faculties are still there. You have one little medical issue, but it not stop you from doing the things that you need to do. So big up yourself. All right, presentation. Today's presentation on Minister Kamina Johnson Smith will not, N-O-T, be based on innuendos, hearsay, conjecture, or dreams. We never dreamed this. You will not hear me use words like alleged or allegedly in my presentation. Those words, alleged and allegedly, they're used by people hedging their bets about the truth when the facts are in dispute. So because the facts are in dispute, you can't really say, well, the person is guilty of this or guilty of that. They might sue you. But in the case of Minister Kamina Johnson Smith, I will not be hedging any bets because you will be presented with the unvarnished, undisputed truth. And that truth will come from the words uttered by the minister herself. It's the first source of truth in this case. That truth will be documents provided by Fin Partners, the company that delivered the gift of services to her. And you will see the shenanigans, you'll see the games being played. That truth will be documents provided by the US government. That truth will be documents provided by the Jamaican government. Family, it doesn't get any better than this. So that's why we're not going to be using the words allegedly or alleged. We're just going to say this is a fact. And take it for whatever it's worth. The documents speak for themselves. Many of you have asked me to provide this presentation because the minister indicated that my lawsuit was without basis. It was false, untruthful, and it was defamatory. Her words, not mine. Let me say unequivocally, for those of you who don't understand what defamation is, any claim of defamation will be defeated by the truth. If you said something that is truthful and somebody sues you for defamation and you can prove that whatever you uttered was the truth, that's the end of the case. Truth is a complete defense to any claim of defamation. And because of the truth I will present today, I have a possible claim of defamation against the minister and I may pursue it. So today's presentation and the resolution of the pending lawsuit, by the way, we have a hearing in October, may not be the end of the matter. All right, let's switch to the Governor General. Because of the issues we had last week, some of you requested I repeat the presentation about the Governor General. Now that's a tall order. And while I will attempt to satisfy that request, unfortunately, I won't be able to do it in the comprehensive way I did last week. So I'll just give you some facts so that you can chew on these things, you can review them, you can do whatever you need to do. All right? In terms of understanding what's going on and relating your understanding to others. Because what I'm about to say, if you weren't in attendance last week and you didn't watch the program later, some of these things are going to shock you because you're going to hear them for the very first time. Okay, here we go. The head of state for Jamaica is not the Prime Minister. The head of state is King Charles III. Who said that? The Jamaican Constitution. Here is something it also says. King Charles III is the leader of the executive branch of the Jamaican government, not the Prime Minister. So head of state, King Charles III. Leader of the executive branch of government, King Charles III. King Charles III is also integral to the legislative process. What do I mean by that? No laws can pass without something called a royal assent. And that royal assent cannot come from the government, cannot come from a parliamentarian. I'll explain to you later what that is, what it means. King Charles III is integral to the judicial process. Because certain things when the government tries to implement certain things, King Charles is involved in that. He can declare certain things, and those things cannot be done by the government. The government can request, but they have to be done by King Charles. And when I say King Charles, I mean his representative. Here's another point. King Charles III is 1/3 of the Jamaican Parliament. He's 1/3. The other two parts, the Senate and the House of Representatives. Now think about that. King Charles is one man, and he accounts for 1/3 of the Parliament. The Senate, they have a membership. The House of Representatives, they have a membership. But King Charles, one man, and he accounts for 1/3 of the membership of Parliament. Now, King Charles III resides in the UK. So who represents his interest in Jamaica on a daily basis? Ding, 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 ding. You're right. The Governor General. The Governor General is King Charles's personal representative in Jamaica. The Governor General serves at the pleasure of the King. And he can only be removed through, if the King says, I'm sick and tired of you, find something else to do. So if the King removes him, or death or resignation. But the Prime Minister cannot remove him. Parliament cannot remove him. And then we talk about independence. Independence. The Governor General does not represent the interests of the people of Jamaica. He represents King Charles III. He represents the monarchy. Parliament cannot start without the GG and his throne speech. No parliament can start without the GG being present and his throne speech. In effect, he's the one who opens up Parliament for business. Here's another fact. No law can take effect in Jamaica without the Governor General providing his assent, meaning his agreement, his signature, and he's signing for King Charles. And that includes states of emergency. You hear they say, oh, the government declared that. No. The government requested a state of emergency, and the Governor General, he will proclaim a state of emergency. If he doesn't proclaim a state of emergency, cannot happen. Cannot happen. And all of these things I'm giving you, they're facts. And anybody who should dispute them, right? Well, put it to you like this. They won't dispute them after today with you, because I'm going to give you the citations, right? So you can look them up yourselves. The Governor General, not the government, can issue a pardon to a criminal with the assistance, in some instances, with the Privy Council, but only the Governor General. The Prime Minister cannot issue any pardons. You're right, vibing with the natural. He should be paid by Charles and not Jamaica. But here is something else, vibing with the natural one. Listen. The Governor General can listen to advice and take counsel from several high-ranking officials in Jamaica, including the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition. But he does not have to follow their guidance. He does not. Who says that? The Constitution says that. And if he doesn't do what is required of him, no one in Jamaica can hold him to account. No one. And that includes the Prime Minister, the opposition leader, PSOJ, the Chief Justice, or the court system. You cannot take him to court if he refuses to do what the government is asking him to do. Now, here is something you're going to find quite interesting. So far, this year, the Jamaican taxpayers have allocated to the GG $491 million to run his office. Did you hear me? The Jamaican government has budgeted $491 million to the Governor General to run his office until March of next year. And it's possible that this number, this 491, will go up. It's possible because it has gone up since April 1st. The fiscal year in Jamaica is from April 1st to March 31st. So April 1st of this year is the fiscal year 2023, and it will end March 31st of 2024. So where are we? April, May, June, July, August, September. A few months into the new fiscal year, and it is the budget for his office has gone up from around 440 million to 491. 491. And I have the information here somewhere, but just trust me on that when I tell you that is the case. Believe me on that. Take that to the bank. All right? Here's another killer. The Jamaican taxpayers. All of you paying taxes. You know, the middle class, the shrinking middle class paying taxes. You know. You have to pay your taxes, or otherwise you face the consequences. The Governor General does not pay taxes, does not pay income taxes, even though he's collecting an income of $34 million. Forgot to mention that. Yes, Jamaican taxpayers, in addition to the 491 million, I believe, the 491 is to run his office, but the 34, that's his salary. He's getting 34 million for his salary, and that's an almost 200% increase to do what? He doesn't represent your interests. He represents the monarchy. And he will pay no income tax. In addition to that, Jamaican taxpayers, you're paying the Governor General's expenses. For example, his water, his electricity, his food, his car, security, etc., etc. You're paying for that. Who's paying for yours? Now, the Governor General signed off on states of emergency in violation of the Jamaican Constitution. I won't go into detail except to say that there's a case that you must take a look at if you get a chance. It's called Everton, Douglas, and others, et al., versus the Minister of National Security, Commissioner of Police, and the Attorney General. Take a look at that case. Because that case is an appeal of a case that was filed in the Supreme Court, and that case is the Everton Douglas case. And then what happened is the judge, a single judge, listened to the case, and he made certain rulings that the government didn't like his rulings, and they appealed. And so they have a second case, which is the title is the reverse of the original case. Remember, the original case is Everton Douglas and others versus the Minister of National Security, Commissioner of Police, and the Attorney General. And then the government appealed. And then the case caption became Minister of National Security, Commissioner of Police, and the Attorney General versus Everton Douglas and others. Switched. But take a look at that, because in the Supreme Court case, on page 60, paragraph 145, number 2, the judge wrote, the situation which led to the detention of the objector does not qualify as an emergency or satisfy the situations in section 20, subsection 2, and section 20, subsection 5 of the Constitution. You know what that is? That's the parameter. That sets out when can you call a state of emergency. And as you know, only 3 situations: war, insurrection, and natural disaster. Only 3 times. You can't use it for policing activities or policing strategies or tactics. You can't use it for that. And then in that same decision, if you go to page 61, paragraph 146, and again, the case is Everton Douglas versus Minister of National Security, Commissioner of Police, and the Attorney General. If you go to page 61, paragraph 146, the judge wrote, based on the foregoing, I am to rule that the detention of each petitioner is unlawful. So Everton Douglas and all the other people who got arrested and they filed this lawsuit, the judge says the detention was unlawful, unconstitutional. The two cases, the first case and the appeal, they stand for the proposition that the single judge in the Supreme Court was clearly within his mandate to decide the case, and the state of emergency was in violation of the Constitution. Now let me be clear. On the appeal, what the judge did, what the panel did, they said we're not even going to question what the judge found, because there was a technical appeal saying that one judge shouldn't listen to a matter of affecting the Constitution, and there's something called habeas corpus writ. But put that aside. The law now is that state of emergency as applied by the Jamaican government, those states of emergency, they're unlawful, they're unconstitutional. So if you got caught up in a state of emergency and you were detained and arrested but not charged, read this case and go see a lawyer. Now remember that without the Governor General's assent, his royal assent on behalf of the King, that the state of emergency could not take effect. And you must also remember that the Governor General cannot be brought before any court for his unconstitutional decisions. And you must also remember that no one in Jamaica can hold him accountable. Remember all those things. Also remember that his boss is King Charles III. Why am I telling you to remember those things? Because I remember them. And as a result, I wrote to King Charles III and I complained about the Governor General's action and asked him to take appropriate action against the man. The letter was delivered almost 2 weeks. This Monday will make 2 weeks. Now, I don't know what the King is going to do, but I know the letter was delivered to his personal secretary. But whatever he decides, that's his business. My business was to get the complaint to Buckingham Palace. And I did that. My business is to make it public so that everybody knows that they have rights and they can do certain things, even though the Governor General may seem like Superman, like you can't touch him. His kryptonite is King Charles III. Remember that. Now, I want to show you something. Here we go. For those of you who were not around last week, stay with me. All right, here we go. I hope this will... let me see. Okay, here we go. All right. See that? Look, there's the date, July 28th. His Majesty the King, blah, 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 blah. And then the letter says, "May it please your Majesty, I write to you as a concerned Jamaican citizen." You know, as a concerned Jamaican citizen, not the one with them claims to have no standing in a Jamaica, who wishes to inform you of violations of the Constitution, blah, 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 blah. And now, here it is. Chapter 5, Part 1, Section 34 of the Constitution. Parliament is composed of Her Majesty, a Senate, and a House of Representatives. We talked about that. Second one, Jamaica will have a Governor General who shall be appointed by Her Majesty and hold office during Her Majesty's pleasure and be Her Majesty's representative in Jamaica. And all of these things I'm talking to you about, these are facts. These are not innuendos or make-believe or dreams or hearsay. These are facts. They're written, they're enshrined in our Constitution. Next one, where the Governor General is exercised, and that's Chapter 4, Section 32, Subsection 3, where he's directed to exercise any function after consultation with any person or authority. He shall not be obliged to exercise that in accordance with whatever they told him to do. All right? Then here's another one, Chapter 4, Section 32, Subsection 14. Where he's directed to exercise those functions and he doesn't do so, you cannot take him to court. Look, it's right here, where it says, the question whether he has so exercised that function shall not be inquired into any court. Right? And then Chapter 3, Section 20. The Governor General can only proclaim a state of emergency where there's an imminent state of war between Jamaica and a foreign state, an insurrection, or public disaster. Who said that? The Constitution. Who said that? The Supreme Court of Jamaica. And then you can look to concurrence from the Court of Appeal. Not Rattigan said that. I'm just conveying what's been said and what's been written. Right? And here we are. I'm explaining everything, talked about the case. And then here it is, right there, the very last sentence. Therefore, Your Majesty is kindly requested to review the matter and take appropriate action to prevent the Governor General from violating the Constitution, resulting in the abrogation, the abridgment, or infringement of the fundamental rights and freedoms of the Jamaican populace. Yours truly, Wilfred Rattigan. So, move that. So there you have it. That's the overview of the wow, I'm proud of myself. I did it in an hour. So that's the overview of the Governor General and his role regarding the state of emergency and the King and the Jamaican people and how we take care of him. I am now about our interest at that, and we continue to take care of him with more money, and get a elevator in a king's house, right? Him not paying no bill. All him do, he's very adept at using a pair of scissors. He knows how to cut ribbons, and he knows how to. Oh, Antonio Grant, Kamina time now, and he knows how to entertain, but not entertain the regular Jamaican folks. Not entertain those folks. You're not invited to the People's House, King's House. You're not invited to that, right? But you pay for it, and you pay for it handsomely. So that's where we are. Miss Diesel, big up yourself. V. Christie, only ribbon him can cut, Alexia. All right. Now, let's get to Minister Kamina Johnson Smith. All right. Let's get to her in a second. Hold on. May 2023, June 2022, no, June 2022. This is the one we want. All right. Mr. Bram, you're right, it's a shame. JB, big up yourself. Soldier, yeah, we need to write him if nothing else not happen. Yeah. All right. Now here we are, folks. Just as an overview, because a lot of you hear about this Kamina Johnson Smith thing, and some people wonder why is it that I'm so persistent about this. See the video that we played at the beginning of the program, the video about doing something. We all complain that there is corruption in Jamaica, that politicians get preferential treatment, that they skirt the rules in some instances, they violate the rules, and we don't do anything. We all agree on that. We also all agree that something should be done, right? And then when I start doing this, some people start complaining, right? And to me, it makes no sense. If we have the evidence that a politician has done any of the things I just mentioned, then we should make an object lesson out of them. Why? To send a very clear signal to the others that we will not tolerate this. We are going to do something about it. And that's why the foundation is so important, right? That's why Leader General Fergie, yeah, we get that out later. That's why it's so important. Because here is what happened. Ooh. Kevin, Before we start, I have to show you a video. Hold on 1 second. Okay, hold on. All right. Now, we're going to start with this video, and then we're going to lay the background, and then we're going to go straight to the heart of the matter. Now, this video is a very short video. I may have to play it twice, but it's a very short video. I think it's like maybe 2 minutes. All right. So I need you to just Watch and listen. Ooh.
The Honourable Minister of
we
Foreign
get this
Affairs
up
and
now.
Foreign Trade, Senator Kamina Johnson Smith, is currently in the midst
Kevin,
of
we need you.
some people think a controversial candidacy for the post of
Hold on.
Commonwealth Secretary.
I need you to flip this video for me, Kevin. I know you're still there. Hold on. There we go. All right, watch this video. Watch this video, people, and listen.
Secretary General. She's here now to update us on what's going on. Morning, ma'am. Welcome to Smile Jamaica.
Morning.
How are
Thank you for having me. I'm great. Thank you.
I just found out that for you to get this position, you will no longer be a minister. You will no
All
longer.
right, we're gonna move this.
Explain to him
It really doesn't.
No, I don't want anybody
On
explaining.
camera. I'm not even going to wait till we break.
No, I
I'm not
don't.
certain.
No, watch now.
Oh,
Watch now.
Father of our creation.
Next month when you see me, I'm sit down. So, and them say, why I'm sit down? So I say,
Because
I'm the
he's
Secretary
Secretary
General and his
General.
friend.
You know, would you guys allow me to say
Listen
something?
carefully,
Because it's not-
people.
You didn't ask me the question?
Please.
Because it's something that bothered me when I woke up this morning. I understand that people were asking questions about the funding of the campaign. And I was a little surprised about that because it's something I had publicly answered previously in a radio interview just a few weeks ago. That the campaign is a Jamaican campaign funded by the government of Jamaica. No other government has contributed any finances to this campaign. It is Jamaican. And my travel is absorbed within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that has a budget for these things, as I've been blending the campaign along with work that I would normally do as Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. So we will report on the expenditure after the campaign, because it's a little early in the stage to do so now. But there are no secrets, there's no attempt to hide anything. And, you know, I hope people will not seek to characterize it that way.
And
You hear that? You hear that? I'm going to play it one more time so that you can pay close attention, because I don't want you to miss anything. This is so important.
politicians mustn't have to
As Minister.
General of the Commonwealth. And he's my friend. Can you believe that? That means I run the Commonwealth too.
It
All right.
doesn't work that way, though, you know.
Please explain to him,
It
Simone,
really
after.
doesn't.
No, I don't want anybody
On
explaining.
camera. I'm not even going to wait till we break.
No, I
I'm
don't.
not certain.
No, watch now.
Oh,
Watch now.
Father of our creation.
Next month when you see me, I'm sit down. So, and them say, why I'm sit down? So I say, well, me and
Because
the
he's
Secretary
Secretary
General and his
General.
friend.
You know, would you guys allow me to say something even though it's not, you didn't ask me the question?
Please.
Because it's something that bothered me when I woke up this morning. I understand that people were asking questions about the funding of the campaign. And I was a little surprised about that because it's something I had publicly answered previously in a radio interview just a few weeks ago. That the campaign is a Jamaican campaign funded by the government of Jamaica. No other government has contributed any finances to this campaign. It is Jamaican. And my travel is absorbed within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that has a budget for these things, as I've been blending the campaign along with work that I would normally do as Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. So we will report on the expenditure after the campaign, because it's a little early in the stage to do so now. But there are no secrets, there's no attempt to hide anything. And, you know, I hope people will not seek to characterize it that way.
And politicians mustn't be.
Okay. All right. Now, let's parse, let's separate the wheat from the chaff. In her own words, she said it's a Jamaican funded campaign, Jamaican government. There's no other government involved. The reason for that is because people were, at one point, some people were saying that the British government was behind it. And let's not even talk about that part of it. But she went on to say that she was concerned, she was thinking about it. In fact, she couldn't sleep the night before. Huh? And then she said, there are no secrets, no attempt to hide anything. Right? She never tell you the complete truth, Jamaica. She did not. She did not tell you that her campaign was also funded by corporate Jamaica. Remember what she said? We have nothing to hide, no secrets, nothing. Why didn't she come out and oh, by the way, when she made that interview, that was about June 7th. Remember now, don't remember, but she started receiving the gift of services on or about April 24th. Payments were already made. In fact, by the time she did that interview, payments were almost done, if not finished already. And I say payments. If you notice, I didn't say the amount because that's in question, and I'm going to show you what's going on. Right? So just keep that in mind. No secrets, no attempt to hide anything. Jamaican government take care of this. All right? Now, the problem for the minister is that the company that provided the services is an American company. And there's a law in America that says if an American company or American individual, if they start providing services working for foreigners, people overseas, then they must tell the U.S. government. They have to file with the U.S. government and say what is it that they're doing, how much they're being paid, the length of the contract, and so on and so forth. So the company, remember she said she got the Jamaican government funded her. It's not quite true because she was being funded also with a gift of services from people in Jamaica. And those people, the monies from those people went to the company called Fin Partners located in New York. Fin Partners then turned around and they notified the US government saying that we're working for an individual. I'll show you who the individual is. We're working for this person. Here's how much money. Here's the length of the contract. Here's the services. Here are the services we're going to provide. And that's fine. And then the Fin Partners filed this document in June of last year. And they filed it before the contract with the minister ended, because the contract was supposed to end the end of June. So when she said, I have nothing to hide, that's not true. She did not say, look, what she should have said is, hey, listen, people are talking about the funding. All right, here's what's going on. The Jamaican government, they're giving me $18 million. They're funding the campaign. But I'm also getting money from private concerns in Jamaica. And they've paid to this company, Fin Partners, and they're giving me a gift of services. They're giving me public relations services. And so that's what I'm doing. That's complete funding. She never said the second part, said the first part. Right? I am going to and so what happened is that piqued my interest. Like, wait a minute, hold on one second. How come she didn't mention that? Is she trying to hide something? Because remember now, transparency. We must know who's funding our politicians to do what. We must. Show you something. I hope this thing come up full. There we are. There we are. Goodness gracious. Power of technology. Now, folks, this is the form, right? And we're going to go through all of them. This is the form that Fin Partners filed with the U.S. government. The short form registration statement. If you look, Department of Justice, Washington, D.C. And you see that? Received by NSD, that's National Security Division. And FARA is the Foreign Agents Registration Act registration unit. They opened one after Flynn and I can't remember the name of the other man. They were involved with former President Trump, and they were charged. And one of the charges was failure to file this document to tell the U.S. government what you're doing with foreigners, collection of money, provision of services, and so on and so forth. Right? So they filed this, or it was received by National Security Division, Foreign Agents Registration Act, Foreign Agents Registration Act Registration Unit. There's a unit over at DOJ, and this is all they do. They collect these forms and they make sure people are in compliance. Now, again, this was formed by whom? Fin Partners. And who's Fin Partners? Fin Partners is a company that provided the services to the minister, public relations services. Okay, now let's get to it. Let's get to the document. Now, And if you look at the date again, see that? June 6th of 2022, right here. See that? Now, let's go and see who filed this document. A lady by the name of Robin Crawford, right? She is involved with Finn Partners, right? And see that? Number 9 indicates your connection with the primary registrant. Primary registrant is Finn Partners. So she's filling this form out on behalf of Finn Partners. She's a partner in the company, Finn Partners. Look, number 10, it's asked, list the foreign principal to whom you will render services in support of the primary registrant. Whose name is that? It doesn't say the government of Jamaica. It doesn't say Ed Bartlett. It doesn't say Darrell Vaz. Delroy Chuck. It doesn't say Horace Chan. It says Kamina Johnson Smith. Keep that in mind. And as we go, they're gonna provide part-time services for her. They said the services described in items 11 and 12. Let's go back to 11 and 12. 11 and 12. Okay, 11 and 12. Here are the services they're going to provide for her. Public Relations Council, Media Relations, Thought Leadership, Issue Management, and Message Development. That's what Finn Partners is going to provide to, and I won't say she's the honorable minister, but for purposes of the form, I'll just describe her the way they've described her. Kamina Johnson Smith. All right, so that's what they're going to, these are the things they're going to provide for her. And I don't know if there are companies in Jamaica who could have provided these services, but Public Relations Council, Media Relations, Thought Leadership, Issue Management, and Message Development, I'm sure they're, what's it called? The Jamaica, they do the media, the name escapes me now. Somebody help me out here. No, not JPS. I'll come back to it. But the government of Jamaica could have provided this, right? But no. She went to Finn Partners. Now look at the amount. This is in June of last year. Look at the amount that they're charging for this. $75,000 US. Oh, the company I'm thinking, JIS, Jamaica Information Service. They could have done some of those things. But anyway, look at the fee. Now you've heard $99,000. And you've heard $80-something thousand. But look at this, $75,000. Okay. And see, it's signed, and look when it's signed, May 27th by Robin Crawford. All right. Now let's keep going. Now here is, the first form was the short form, right? Now here's the amendment, right? Which was received by the unit on the same day, 6/6. Here's an amendment to what you just saw, right? And you see what they say? The amendment is to give notice of change in information as required by section. So they're amending what was filed. The form I just showed you, they're amending it. Now let's see how it was amended. And here's how they're going to amend it. They're going to give an Exhibit A to the registration statement, Exhibit B, short form, foreign principal agreement, blah, 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 blah. All right. Now, again, added foreign principal, Kamina Johnson Smith of Jamaica. All right. And this one is signed June 1st. Remember the one before signed May. This one is June 1st by another person affiliated with Finn Partners. But it doesn't stop there. June 1st. Now, here is Exhibit A that they just mentioned, the amended documents they're going to submit. People, walk with me through these documents, through this document. Just walk with me through it, all right? Now, look, right here, name of the registrant, Finn Partners. Name of foreign principal, Kamina Johnson Smith. Doesn't say Ed Bartlett or the others. And it doesn't say government official either. They put the address right here as 2 Port Royal Street, which is what? Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade headquarters. Right? Now we go to 7. Look at this. It says, indicate whether the foreign principal is one of the following. Whether whether the foreign principal is Kamina Johnson Smith. Let me go back up so that you guys can see it. See it right here. Foreign principal, Kamina Johnson Smith. Question 7, or number 7. Indicate whether the foreign principal, aka Kamina Johnson Smith, is one of the following. And let's see if she's one of the following. Is she a government? No, they didn't check that. Is she a foreign political party? No, that wasn't checked. Is she a foreign organization or domestic organization? And if yes, then is she a partnership, a corporation, an association, a committee, a voluntary group, or other? No. Here is what they checked right there. Individual. Kamina Johnson Smith is an individual from where? Jamaica. There it is. Let's move on. Lots more to show you. Now here's where Finn Partners starts to play games with the U.S. government, and they're gonna pay a price for this because I've already asked for. I didn't bring it with me today, but I've already asked for an investigation to be launched against them. Here's the question. They said if the foreign principal is not a foreign government, which we know, they said she wasn't, then state the nature of the business or activity of this person. Right here, Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Jamaica. They didn't say minister. They just said she's affiliated with this. Now, look at this. Is the foreign principal, 1, supervised by a foreign government, foreign political party, or other foreign principal? That is yes. Kamina, and I said again, with all due respect, I'm saying Kamina Johnson Smith because I'm dealing with the Finn's submission to the U.S. government, and they didn't call her minister. But Kamina Johnson Smith is supervised by the government of Jamaica. Look at this. They checked. Oh, you can't see it. Let me show you some. Look. No. Here's another one. Is Kamina Johnson Smith directed by a foreign government, foreign political party, or other foreign principal? Look, they checked. No. Is Kamina Johnson Smith controlled by a foreign government, foreign political party, or other foreign principal? Look. No. Is Kamina Johnson financed by a foreign government, foreign political party, or other foreign principal? No. Is Kamina Johnson subsidized in part by a foreign government, foreign political party, or other foreign principal? No. The answer should have been yes. The answer should have been yes. Wherever you see the color, it should have been yes. They put no. And here is why. Because of this. Question 11. Let me big it up here some more. It says here, explain fully all items answered yes. They weren't prepared to answer all items, as yes. They weren't prepared to answer anything with yes. So they put no. So the U.S. government is now looking at Finn Partners for that declaration. Right? Let's go on. There it is, June 1st. Same guy signed it. Oh, this is interesting. Let me show you this. Just look at the top right here. And if you can't see it, I'll read it to you. It says, in accordance with this law, US 28 U.S.C., blah, 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 and subject to the penalties of 18 U.S.C., another law, and 22 U.S., another law, the undersigned swears or affirms on the penalty of perjury that she has read the information set forth in this statement filed pursuant to the Foreign Agents Registration Act, that he or she is familiar with the contents thereof, and that such contents are in their entirety true and accurate to the best of his knowledge and belief. So, all of this, Finn Partners is saying, all of this stuff right here, where they put no, Finn Partners is saying, oh, to the best of our belief, that's the case. Even though they know who they were dealing with, because they had to, this was somewhere they had to provide personal service to her. This wasn't something that they did through emails and they didn't know the person. Right? This is somebody that they knew the person, they interviewed, they knew her status and all of that, and they checked no. So Finn Partners, need I say more? Now, let's go to Exhibit B. That was Exhibit A. Exhibit B. Again, let me big it up. Name of foreign principal, Kamina. This is a different document. Kamina Johnson Smith. Now look at what they put here. Fin Partners says the agreement between the registrant, and the registrant is Fin Partners, and the above named foreign principal, who is who? Kamina Johnson Smith, is a formal written contract. And it says, if this box is checked, attach a copy of the contract to this exhibit. And they check the box. So now they have to put the contract. Now, here, oh, by the way, and here are the things that they're going to give her again. They're going to give her public relations, strategic counsel, media monitoring, media relations, thought leadership, content, strategy and development. Here it again, describe fully the activities that they will give to Kamina Johnson Smith. Public relations, strategic counsel, media monitoring, media relations, thought leadership, content, strategy and development. All right. Signed again by Martin Ettelmeyer, right? Martin going to have a lot of explaining to the U.S. government. And here is the contract. Here's a contract. Public, here it is right here. Is it big enough? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me see something. Oh, no. Let me go back. There we go. Public Relations Services Agreement. Now, for a contract to take place, folks, you have to have some basic elements. Offer acceptance, right? Those are two. And there, there's an, it just slips me now. But anyway, here is a Public Relations Services Agreement, right? And if you look here, you see that it says as of April 22nd. It says by and between Fin Partners and nobody's name is there. See that? See that? Nobody's name is there. Then you go down and you see the scope of work. Oh, it just hit me. Consideration, offer, acceptance, and consideration. So somebody has to make an offer, somebody has to accept, and you have to give something for it. Consideration, money, whatever, services, right? So that's how we're looking at this contract. So we don't see a name, which is a problem, number one. Then you go to professional fees and billing. Remember now, the very first thing that they filed, that Fin Partners filed, they said the salary, the fee was $75,000. Look at this now. This was received on the same day by the fire unit, but it was actually sent over. It was actually done a few days after the first one. Because remember, one was in April and one was in May, right? Or May and June. Look at this. The client will pay. Who's the client? There is no name. But the client will pay agency a total of $99,000. And here's the payment schedule. Payment schedule is $33,000, right? Upon initiation of work. And here's when work will begin. April 22nd. It's right here. Work will begin on April 22nd and end on June 30th. So the first $33,000 will begin upon initiation of work, which is April 22nd. The second $33,000, May 1st. The third $33,000, and it says final payment, June 1st. So when the minister made that interview, when she did that interview on or about June 7th, if you follow this, the payment was already made. The $99,000 already paid for. Now let's go down. Look at this. By nobody's name. Name, title, nothing. Here's Martin Ettelmeyer. No date. No date. This is not a contract, people. This is not a contract. So the U.S. government is looking into this against Fin, because this is bogus. That's not a contract. You cannot have a contract with dates, signature, names missing. You cannot. Okay. And here's the scope of work. Look on the amount of work what they do for this woman. Yeah. I'm sorry. Look at the amount of work they do for the minister. Scope of work. Strategic counsel and issues management. Media online monitoring. And look at that. Daily monitoring. Look at that. Look at that. program, competitive research. I guess competitive research meant that they were looking at Baroness Patricia Scotland as well and doing a comparison. Look at that. Messaging and positioning, media and message sessions, media outreach, thought leadership, blah, 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 account management. Look at that. That's all the things they were doing for her. Right? That's all the things they were doing for her. No. All of these documents were received by the FARA unit, the Foreign Agents, that's a Foreign Agent Registration Act Registration Unit. All of these were received this time, June. All right. Stay with me. I'm going to show you something now. November. All right. No, this is another filing. Look at the date on this. This is no longer June of last year. This is now November of last year, right? And it's called short form registration statement. And if you remember, the very first document I showed you was a short form registration statement. Now let's peruse this document. Same lady filed it. In June, she filed it, Robin Crawford. And here it is now, go back. In November, she's filing it again, another one, all right? And this is all about her, where she lives, her primary business, blah, blah, blah. Here we go again. List the foreign principal to whom, oh, there she is. She's a partner in the company, in Fin Partners. List the foreign principal to whom you will render services. Kamina Johnson Smith. Okay. And here are the things that they're going to do. Message development, media monitoring, media strategy, blah, blah, blah. All right. Look at this. Remember, she put $75,000 in June. Then Martin came and said it's $99,000. Look at this, what she says here now in November. Salary, not based solely on services rendered to the foreign principal. What the hell does that mean? We need a figure there. Right here is where the figure should be. Fee amount. She left it blank. Why? Why say $75,000 and then followed up with $99,000 and then blank? Why? Huh. There's the date. She signed it, November. Right? There she's again, signature. Date November. Now we're going to get to a very, very interesting document. Not that the ones we talked about weren't, no, they're not interesting, but I want you to look at this one carefully. Supplemental statement. So they're adding to it. And again, look at the date. November. Right? Okay. No. I'll skip that. That's not really necessary right now. I'll show you something here. Here it is. Has the registrant's connection with any foreign principal ended? And they said yes, because it ended, here it is, it ended June 30th. And here it is right here. She's right here. Kamina Johnson Smith, June 30th, ended. Okay? All right. Here she is. They're asking Fin Partners, have you added any new foreign principal during this 6-month reporting? And they said yes. Kamina Johnson Smith, June 8th. All right. Here they ask, during this 6-month period, have you received any money from the foreign principal named? In this case, it would be foreign Kamina Johnson Smith. So they're asking, have you received any money from her? Look at the answer. Yes. And then they said that they're going to see appendix for response. So they didn't put the name, they didn't put anything here, they did an appendix. Right? So let's keep going. Okay. There, Martin's signature again. Martin again. This is November. All right, here we go. Robin Crawford. That's the lady who filed some of the documents. And the foreign principal, again, Kamina Johnson Smith. Services, message development, media monitoring, media strategy. So it's consistent in terms of what they're providing her. So she can't say she never get no benefit or no gift, because it's right there. Now, here it is. Robin Crawford, Kamina Johnson Smith, and the date she assumed, I guess that has to do with services provided. Oh, here it is. She started with her. Here it is. April 26th. Right here she started with her. Right here. That's when it started. So when she made that announcement on TVJ in June, she was already getting the benefits and the gift, and she didn't talk about it. And remember what she said, we have nothing to hide. There's no secret. Well, we are showing us some secret, you know. There it is again, Kamina Johnson Smith, and the benefits and the gifts what she's getting, right? Or what she got. Okay. Now look at this thing here. This is, it talks about foreign principal, date received from whom. This is payment, right? And see right here, fees, right? Look at this one. Now, here's what they said. They said Kamina Johnson Smith on the 26th of April 2022 paid, here it is, she's the person who paid them, fees in the amount of $10,000. Here's another one. Kamina Johnson Smith on the 29th of April paid fees in the amount of $15,000. So on the 26th, she paid 10. On the 29th, she paid 15. On May 4th, Kamina Johnson Smith paid $7,000. On May 5th, Kamina Johnson Smith paid fees in the amount of $14,980. I'm not the one who wrote this. This is Finn Partners telling the U.S. government that she paid them all of these funds on these dates. Remember what I told you, folks. Arnett, if anything will come out of this, at least you know. How about that? Something will come out of it. You know about it now, Arnett. So nobody can tell you that she didn't pay or these documents didn't exist. Nobody can tell you that, right? What will happen after this? The courts will decide, and we will see. But I'm letting you know that this is what's going on, right? And what I said is that I'm not here spewing hearsay, innuendos, or my dreams. These are actual filings received by the U.S. government. In June of last year and also in November. All right, let's continue. Here it is again. Here it is again. Hold on a second. Here it is again. Yeah, Kamina Johnson Smith. May 6th. She paid $10,000. Here's it again. Kamina Johnson Smith, May 6th, same date, she paid $9,634.53 for a grand total of $66,614.53. Right? No, folks, remember now, the first payment that we heard about was $75,000. Then we heard about $99,000. Now this is a different amount. We're hearing now it's $66,614. Which one is the correct one, Finn? Which one? We don't know. All right? Now let's go down. Nothing received from Kamina there. Let's keep going. Now, here's another one. They're claiming that on May 3rd, they had expenses. Finn Partners had expenses in the amount of $15,000 on behalf of Kamina Johnson Smith. So if you add that to it, right? $66,614.53, and you add this $15,000, you come to $81,614.53. $81,614.53 $81,614.53 is not $99,000, and it is not $75,000. Three different amounts we have right now, and I'm going to show you something what Fin Partners did with that expenses. I'm going to show you something how they're playing games. Let's go. There it is. Kamina Johnson Smith. She's the one getting all of these things, right? There's here's something else that they did for her: radio or TV broadcasts, and they're doing press releases for her, right? And then she said, "Oh, you know what? Let me not jump ahead. I'm gonna use her words, verbal and written, so that you can see where I'm coming from. But just remember this. That all the services they provide, they also did radio or TV broadcasts, and they also did press releases, right? Just keep that in mind. And also, I want you to keep in mind who received it. Just keep that in mind. All right. Let's go down. I think we're almost done with this one. All right. Now let's go to November, June, affidavit, 2023. Okay, let's do this one. All right. Here's another document. This one now, if you look, the date is different. This one is May. See this? May. So we have one document, one set of documents, June of last year. Then we have another set, November of last year. Now look what we have. May of this year. Less than 3 months ago. And what is it's called the amendment to registration statement. And what did they amend? What did Fin Partners amend? Here it is now that they're saying they want to, here it is, we're going to give notice of a change in information, blah, blah, blah. And they're filing it regarding the 6-month period ending in September 2022. Now let's see what they changed, what they amended. They select the from whom column of section 14 of fees received for foreign principal amended item for supplemental statement period, blah, blah, blah. So what they're saying is that we want to change who actually made the payments. We told you, U.S. government, we told you last year that Kamina Johnson Smith made the payments, right? But now we want to make a change. Again, I need you to do something, folks. Look at the date. May 1st. What happened between November or June and November of last year and May 1st of this year? What happened? I'll tell you what happened. I filed a lawsuit. You see what's going on now, right? You see what's going on. Fin Partners gave out all of this information, and Fin Partners it's not a rinky-dinky mom and pop company. They know how to play by the rules. I mean, they know the regulations. This is what they do for a living. They're a public relations company. They have to fill this form out. A lot of their clients, they're foreigners, so they have to fill this out. So information they provided in June of last year and November of this year, they said, we're going to correct it in May. We're going to correct it in May. Actually, it was received in May. They may send it before. But before this, the lawsuit was filed. My lawsuit was filed in April. And before that, there were rumblings. So they quickly said, oh, we got to make change. What did they change? They said, we're going to change who made the payments. Because we said that Kamina Johnson Smith made the payments. But that's not correct. After so long, they realized it's not correct. And here's what they did. Here's what they did. Here we go. Now, they said the payment made on the 26th of April was made by Keith Patrice Duncan in the amount of $10,000. The payment made on the 29th of April was made by Sandals Resorts International in the amount of $15,000. The payment made on May 3rd was made by Grace Kennedy in the amount of $15,000. The payment on May 4th made by Seprod, $7,000. May 5th, AIC Barbados Limited, 14,980. May 6th, Jamaica National Group Limited, 9,634. May 6th also, Barita Investments Limited, 10,000. For a total of 81,614. Lots of things wrong with this. First thing is that where is the expense that they claim 15,000? Remember they claimed it in November. They said we incurred expenses for her in the amount of 15,000, and that made it up to 88. The same number. It made it up to this exact number, 81,614.53. Now they said there is no expense here. But not only that, if you recall, folks, last year Minister Morgan went before Parliament and he said, listen, I'm only going to give you 3 names who have sponsored the minister's campaign. And he said the 3 names are Grace Kennedy, Keith Duncan, and the Musson Group of Companies. 3 names. Because he said the other people, they didn't give him authorization, and he didn't think that, he was authorized to provide those names. Well, Finn Partners gave the names to the U.S. government. And Musson Group of Companies, they're not on the list. I read an interview that was conducted with Scott, the chairman of Musson Group of Companies, and Keith Duncan and Grace Kennedy. And they said, yeah, we made the contributions. But Musson Group of Companies, they're not here. That name does not appear on this list. That's number one. Number two, where is the 15,000 that they claim that they paid for expenses? Where? All right, let's go down. Oh, by the way, another thing is, folks, look at the payment dates. One payment on April 26th, one on April 29th, one on May 3rd, one on May 4th, one on May 5th, 2 on May 6th. Is this how an international company, is this how they conduct business? With no contract? Is this how they conduct business? No contract, because there are no names on the contract, no dates. But suddenly you're accepting payments from people. You have no contract with them. You have no contract with your foreign principal, Kamina Johnson Smith. But you're getting money, and you're getting money every day, from almost every day. Or you're getting this payment within a compressed period of time. And you don't think, hey, wait a minute, could this be money laundering? Could this be this? No, because you're already providing services, and you're providing services to Kamina Johnson Smith without a contract. Where is this? Francella, with all due respect, we can't use them kind of language in the chat room. Restrain yourself, please. But where is it? Right? Now, let's go down. Look at this. Look at this, my people. Response, it's no expenses were paid on behalf of this foreign principal. But you told us in November that you paid those expenses. You said that. You said that you paid $15,000 in expenses. You said that in November. I wonder if I should have go back and well, there's no need to really go back and do it. But you saw it. They said we collected $15,000 because of expenses we incurred on her behalf. Now they come back and they said, oh no, we didn't collect any expenses on her behalf. And guess what? The amount is exactly the same. And Musson Group of Companies is not mentioned. Folks, you cannot make this up. You cannot make this up. Now, let's go to this. Let's go to this. Now, this, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, family, is an administrative regulation issued by it was Ministry of Finance and Plan at the time because of the name. Look at the date, 2013. And it's circular number 17. Look at what it says. Guidelines for the acceptance of and accounting for gifts to the government. And this is saying that if you're a government official and you received a gift, you have to report it. And here it is. The attention of accounting officers, chief executive officers, and heads of departments is invited to the following guidelines on the acceptance and accounting for gifts received from local and international individuals and organizations. Let's go through it quickly. Here's one. Gift accepted may be in the form of money, services. That's all you need to know right there. Look at this one. Gifts must be accepted from reputable individuals, and ministries, departments, and agencies must use due diligence to ensure that gifts are not from tainted sources, like coming from drug dealers or scammers. You have to make sure of that, right? And I'm not saying any of the people who allegedly gave, because we don't, Finn Partners said they got the money from her, then they said they got it from them. So, gift must be accepted as must not be accepted as an incentive for hidden benefits, rights, or privileges to the donor. Now, let me keep going. All right, here it is. Gifts that are likely to have a significant impact on the country's national programs and policies and which satisfy all the conditions at one above require what? Here it is. The prior approval of cabinet before acceptance. So if you're going to get something and you're going to claim that this is going to benefit Jamaica, it must be approved by the cabinet before you can accept it. And if you say it will not have a significant impact, then it requires the prior approval of the permanent secretary, the head of department, or the chief executive officer. All right? Let's go on. The gift, when you're getting a gift, here it is. It must be in writing and signed by both the person giving the gift and the recipient of the gifts. So what this means is that if we take Finn at let's take that their amended filing is a correct filing and 6 people from Jamaica contributed, then there should have been an agreement with them and the minister, Kamina Johnson Smith, and it should be signed by both of them, and there should be an MO. Memorandum of Understanding. And when the gifts are received, here it is, the form must be signed. And here is the form. Where is it? And there's a lot of there more things that you have to do before this gift can even, you can get this gift. You have to put it in certain budgets, and you have to do this, and you have to do that, and no, here's something. Gift of services, that's what we're talking about. And it says a gift of services may be classified as skilled labor, special skills. And what's this? What are these 2 words here? Consultant services, which is exactly what she received. You saw the whole list of consultant services they're going to provide. And it says if the gift exceeds 2 million Jamaican dollars, then its value must be estimated, and you have to do this and you have to do that. Well, even if you use the low figure of 75,000, that's more than 2 million Jamaican dollars. And then once you receive the gift, then you have to do a whole bunch of things. You have to do this, you have to do that, blah, blah, blah. It's a lot. Now, here's the gift form. All right? You have to put who's giving you the money, their address, their phone number, their email, the date you got the gift, the amount, the purpose of the gift. And that is for money. If she receives services, so then she would have to fill out this section, the type of service, the value, and the location. You have to fill this out. That's a must. And then you have to sign. And then here is how you account for it. Accounting entries for gifts. And let me show you. Here it is. Gifts of services, right? You have to follow all of these requirements here. You have to put it in this. Look at that. Warrant receivable account, expenditure control account. You have to do all of these things. But no. Gifts of service. Here it is. These are things that were supposed to have been done. And then we have this, ladies and gentlemen. I present to you the Integrity Commission Act of 2017, which says that, among other things, that when every politician, I think every civil servant, they have to file a document every year stating their income, stating all their debts. It's called a statutory declaration. You have to fill that out and you have to turn it in. Now listen, look at this. It says, any parliamentarian or public official who receives a gift which exceeds in value the amount of $100,000, which is the gift that she received of services exceeded that, shall declare the gift in the item specified as item 14. And here is the exception. You do not include a gift if it's a personal gift that is received by a parliamentarian from a relative. So if your cousin gave you that gift, if her cousin gave it to her, she didn't have to report that. But those 6 people, they're not her cousins. So she should have reported it. And here it says, right here, Section 43, subsection 2, a person who knowingly makes a false statement in a statutory declaration commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction in a parish court to a fine not exceeding $2 million or to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 2 years, and the court may make such order as it thinks fit. So when you were supposed to do this and you didn't do it, and we can prove, our Integrity Commission can prove that you knowingly did it, and we know, look, she was getting these services and she didn't report them. We'll get to whether or not she reported them or not. All right, let's just assume for now that this is the law, that if you don't report it, then you're looking at up to $2 million and up to 2 years in prison, or as the court may see fit. All right. And there it is for the Integrity Commission. You have to put on, there's a gift section. You have to put that there, right? There it is. It's called other income, right here. Let's keep going. No, here is a law. What I just showed you, Circular 17, that's an administrative regulation. Now this is a law. This is called the Financial Administration and Audit Act, right? 2019. Look at what it says. It mirrors the administrative rule. And it says here, government employees have a responsibility to read, interpret, and consistently apply this in their daily operations. So it's incumbent upon the minister to read and ask questions if you don't know the answer. All right? And here it is. It says it's applicable to the operations of all ministries, departments, and public bodies which are funded from the consolidated fund. We know that the ministry that she heads up, they're funded. And it says, Ministry of Finance must be contacted for clarification. So if you don't know the answer, come to Ministry of Finance. All right. Now let me show you something. Here is what it says. Oh, and it says here that public officials for this law include ministers of government, which is exactly what Kamina Johnson Smith is. She's a minister. Now, here it is. It tells you how you can accept a gift. It mirrors this, the regulation I just showed you. It may be in the form of money, blah, 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 must use due diligence. And here's the approval for the gift, that if it's a gift that is benefiting Jamaica, then it must be approved by the cabinet before you can accept it, right? And then once you get it, you have to fill out the form. And then here it is, donation in kind. And donation in kind is gifts in kind. It's the same thing. Don't make anybody fool you that there's a difference in this law between donation and gift, because look, it says donation right there. But look right here, it says gift right there. They're using them interchangeably. Donation in kind means donation is gift. Here it says donation in kind may be classified as follows: consultant services. And here, upon the acceptance of that donation, which is called gift, then you have to do a whole bunch of things. Now, and there's a gift form, similar. It's the same actually, right? So now the question is, all right, so Finn partner said that they gave her this, right? They gave her all of this stuff. And the rule says that if you get all of these things, then you have to file, right? Okay. So the question then is, did the minister file? That's a big question, right? It's a fair question to ask. Well, let's go to that document. And here is that document. And I'm going to show you something right now. Look at that. Sworn by Kamina Johnson Smith. That's her signature right there. Right? And what did she swear to? She swore to this. An affidavit. After I filed a lawsuit, she had to give a statement. And she said, I'm going to give a statement showing Mr. Rattigan that he's wrong. And if you look at the date, May 25th, right? That's when she responded. So my lawsuit was filed way before May 25th, right? Now, here is what she said, and it's interesting. She said that she's a senator and the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and she says, I'm also an attorney at law. Very good. Now, let's look at what she said. Okay. Here she said, look at the sentence. It is further in the public domain that the public relations work done by Finn Partners was paid for by third parties who were in support of a Jamaican government sponsored activity. So what she's saying is that I didn't pay for it. Finn may have told you that I paid for it at some point. They may have told you that, but I didn't pay for it. And look at this statement, people. I hope you know, sit down. Look at what she said. She said, it was paid for by third parties who were in support of a Jamaican government-sponsored activity. Then if that is the case, why didn't they give the money to the cabinet and have the cabinet approve it before accepting the gift? And look further, she said, and so at no time did I receive any gift in either my personal or official capacity. At no time did I receive any gift. People, read this again. At no time did I receive any gift in either my personal or official capacity. What happened to the gift of services? Let's read on. Let's go to paragraph 9. She said, I derived no benefit from either the funds expended by the Jamaican government or from the private sector. So she said, at no time did I receive any gift. So she didn't get any gift. So the gift of services, that no count. Then she said, at no time, and she said, I derived no benefit. So she don't get no benefit. Now, people, keep in mind, this is a red herring because the statute, the law and the regulation, they mention nothing about a benefit. They mention something about a gift. They mention something about a gift of services. So this thing where they're putting in benefit right here is nonsense. They're putting it to throw us off track. But we're smarter than that. Smarter than that. Waterhouse produce a whole heap of brilliant people. Me just average. My people down there were far exceed and outdo me. But me know this though. Me can't read and me have a sense of understanding. And when she said I have no benefit, I went back to the statute. The statute says nothing about benefit. It speaks about gifts. So see what she do? She no get no gift. Then she said no benefit. No. Here's the clincher. Here is the clincher. It was the Jamaican government that derived the benefit of consultancy services towards its campaign to have me elected as the Commonwealth Secretary General. And she said this candidacy was outside of my role as a senator and a minister, and the campaign was not spearheaded through my ministry. So what she's saying now is that I didn't get any gift. I didn't get any benefit. The government got the gift, and it was outside of my role, and I had nothing basically to do with it. No. Here it is. She said, it is further in the public domain that no sum, be it $99,000 or otherwise, because by then she must have found out that it wasn't $99,000 that they paid. She found out. So she said, that no sum, be it 99 or any other sum, no. Right? And then she went on to rubbish me and said that I have no sufficient interest in the matter and did not seek permission of the court. That's nonsense. And here's another one. All the matters referred to in the Rattigan affidavit have already been answered in Parliament. That's not true. She didn't discuss it in Parliament. It was Minister of Information Robert Morgan who did. And he, remember what he said? I'm only giving you 3 names because I suspect the other people don't want their names to be known. And he didn't give the amount of money. So when she said all these questions that Rattigan raised, they've been answered in Parliament and cannot be brought before this court in good faith. So she's saying I'm bringing things in bad faith. So, folks, again, there it is. I didn't write this. Here it is. I just colored it. But it's her words, sworn by Kamina Johnson Smith. How can you say after you've been receiving these gifts of services, these consultancy services, how can you say I received no gift? And the statute said, you can get a gift of cash and you can get a gift of services, and a gift of services would include consultancy services, and that's exactly what she got. How can you turn around now and say, oh, I didn't get anything? It was the Jamaican government that benefited. The statute doesn't talk about benefit, it talks about gifts. Why are we talking about benefits? And if the Jamaican government benefited, then it should have been approved by the cabinet, right? Hold up. Cabinet. Okay. Let's go down here and see what we have here. Okay, good. So she says the Jamaican government, what's that? The cabinet, right? And here it says, right here, the cabinet is the principal instrument of policy. It's charged with the general direction and control of the government of Jamaica. So the cabinet controls, anything I go on with the government, the cabinet going to know, right? And we can skip all of that. All we need to know is that the cabinet, she said the government is a cabinet, right? No. I'm going to show you something now. Take a look at this. See that? Phil George said the quality of the docks poor. Can't do no better than that what me do right now. If we make them have a quality that you can that you would be able to see them, then you'd have to get somebody send a cabinet a chest a drawer. But if it's poor, we can arrange for you to get the documents themselves, and then you can examine them. But look at that. That's the office of the Chester drawer, huh? Somebody just said that. But office of the cabinet. So now, she said it's the government who got it, right? So now, the government now have to explain, did they get the gift or whatever? No. I sent something and I asked the government, hey, tell me about this gift of services and this benefit. Although I don't believe in benefit. I don't believe in the benefit because the statute doesn't, the law not talk about benefit, right? And the administrative regulation doesn't speak to benefit. They talk about gifts. But government, tell me, just tell me what happened. Did you get the gift? All right, here we go. 25th of July, just last month, right? I get a letter from the cabinet, and here's what it says. It says, Mr. Rattigan, we acknowledge receipt of your access to information request as follows. And so I asked them, indicate whether your minister received a gift of services or benefited from the consultancy services provided to the minister by Finn. Second thing, if your minister received a gift of services, please provide documentation evidencing this gift. And if your minister received a gift of services or benefit, then please provide documentary evidence showing that you complied with the administrative regulation. Circular 17, the one I showed you earlier, and also the Financial Administration and Audit Act. If you get all of them things, then show me the documents that you did. Look upon where the people them send me and tell me. Look upon that. Please be informed that the Office of the Cabinet does not hold in its possession any official documentation responsive to your request. Please feel free to contact us again should you have further questions. You know what that say? That say, it never happened. It never happened. That's what that say. That's saying all of these things I'm asking for, gifts and benefits, they're saying, no, we have no official documentation. We have nothing. And there should have been official documentation. So the cabinet, the government of Jamaica said that. Right? Oh, Dr. Canute is here. Hold on 1 second. Come on, phone. Okay. So, there it is right there. Right there. They never get it. And I think I have another document. Circular. Hold on a second. Circular. There's another document here, but the government says, "Nah, we don't know what she's talking about. We don't know nothing about no gift." Because you know why? If the government said yes, then I already asked, where is the documentation? Because you're supposed to file it too. So that took care of that. But there's something else I wanted to show you. I don't know if I have it here. Let me see. June local airship file. Let me see something here. Minister. Oh, yeah. There's something else I want to show you. Remember now, she's the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, right? And look at this. See that document right there? Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. 10th of July, 2023. Current document, right? Look at what they told me right here. Look at that. The Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade did not receive any gifts in support of the minister's campaign. See that? So she said, my ministry did not spearhead any the campaign. And then she said, oh, the government get the gift. And here it is that them say, oh, we never get any gift. The cabinet said we never get no gift. Our own ministry said we didn't get a gift. Folks, I'm not making this up. No, we went to, because, when you do Circular 17, you have to file with the Ministry of Finance and Public Service, right? So I went to them, and I want to show you something. Look at this date, June 6th. Went to them. Here's what they told me. They said, I asked them, please advise if Minister Kamina Johnson filed that gift form. Please advise if a due diligence was completed. Please advise if the report was filed with the ministry. Please advise if the gift was followed the estimate of expenditure, the administrative requirements. Please advise if the cabinet approved the gift. Please advise if the permanent secretary, blah, blah, blah. Here's what they said. I asked, please advise. They said, please, you want to be advised, Mr. Rattigan? Well, please be advised that no documentation exists within the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service to satisfy your request. They didn't say no documentation exists within the access to information section of the ministry. The whole ministry, we have no documentation. None. So I wasn't satisfied with that. Because look at the date, June 6th. You see that date? June 6th, right? June 6th. I wasn't satisfied with that. So I went back. Oh, no, sorry. The first one was March 30th. My mistake. The first one was March 30th. And in March 30th, I just asked him if for the gift, if she had submitted the form, if due diligence was done, and if the gift was, followed the administrative procedures. And look at them. This is March, right? March 30th. You see what them tell me? Please be advised that no documentation exists within the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service to satisfy your request. So my request is give me all of this information. And they say, we have no documentation that we can give you that will responsive to that. None. So it was March 30th they sent that to me. So I went back and I talked to them again. And then they come back in June. And look at the language. The same exact language. Please be advised that no documentation. No means none. No means no. No documentation exists within the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service to satisfy your request. So her ministry said, we don't get no gift. Ministry of Finance says, no, we don't see no filing for any gift. Office of the Cabinet, no, we don't have any documentation. But she said, no, I didn't get anything. It's them. And the them say, no, we didn't get any gift. And Finn Partners said, no, she's the person we gave the gift to. See, we got paid for services to be rendered. So the gift would have come from whoever paid Finn. So they said, okay, we got the gift. Yes, Dr. Thompson, I see you'll join us shortly, sir. And so you see the bangarang, this is the whole heap of shenanigans, this is the skullduggery, you see everything will go on. Everything will go on. So I want her to answer these. Look, the Honorable Minister Kamina Johnson Smith should do the honorable thing at this point in time. She should just resign. She should resign. There are lots of reasons for her to resign. Lots. I can name a lot more reasons. But this particular reason, I mean, this incident, along with her affidavit, along with the information provided by Finn Partners, along with information provided by her own ministry, along with information provided by the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, along with information provided by the Office of the Cabinet. If she had any dignity, if she had any sense of responsibility, if she had any sense of transparency, if she had any sense of leadership, she would resign. Oh, and I forgot her own videotape where she said, we have nothing to hide. There are no secrets. We have no secrets. So folks, there it is. That's my presentation on the minister. I expect to get some more information because this won't end here, because I've called for an investigation of Finn Partners. So Finn Partners will now have to tell the US government, why is it that they have 3 different payments? Why is it that they said she's not controlled, she's not supervised, she doesn't report her, she's not financed by any government? They have to explain that. They have to explain why is it that they don't have a valid contract. They have to explain why is it that they're collecting money on within a short period of time from a whole bunch of people without a contract. The one thing they don't have to explain is who they provided the gift of services to. They don't have to explain that because that's written from June of last year all the way through. They're very consistent with that one, that it was, and they didn't even give her a title. They said it's Kamina Johnson Smith. And so that's why I'm asking for the tax administrator. They should go after her because she should have paid taxes on that money. Whatever, whether it was 99, 75, 86, whatever. She's supposed to pay taxes on that. Then, Integrity Commission. She didn't tell them that she got this gift. And you see what they did? They didn't go to the government, because if you're giving the government the gift, right? If you're saying, well, what they did was, you see what they did? They went around the cabinet and they paid Finn. If you believe Finn's last filing, they paid Finn directly. And then the government is saying, we don't know anything about it. But the minister said, no, it's a government. They got the benefit. And the government is saying, no, we didn't get any benefit. And then think about this, people. If she had been successful in her bid to become the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, who would have occupied that mansion in London? Who would have gotten those benefits? Who would have had the power, the influence? Who? The government of Jamaica? No. No other person but her. None. So the idea, and you know, with this presentation, I'm hoping that people force her to leave. She's a disgrace. She's a disgrace at this point because she's put up with this charade and she filed an affidavit knowing that she received the gift of services, knowing and denying it. And she knew, well, maybe she didn't know that Finn Partners had to file all of these documents with the US government. But she should have known. And therein lies the problem. See what I'm telling you about people skirting the rules, people thinking that the rules don't apply to them, people doing, when I say people, I'm talking about people of influence, people in politics, people in government, when they do these things. And so you have to start with whatever you can prove. And then what you have to do is make an object lesson out of these people. That's the only way it's going to stop. And look at where we are. Most people would say, if you spoke to them and you said, hey, you know, Minister Kamina Johnson Smith, she's involved. They said, no, she's clean as a whistle. I'm being told that she's one of the Prime Minister's closest advisors. But you see where we start. We didn't start with some of the other names, you know, the people that, no, I can say allegedly, not regarding Minister Kamina Johnson Smith, but other people where we hear claims about them being involved in corruption. I didn't start with them. Sometimes it's that small thing that will break the story wide open. And you're right, Andrea. You know, we have a standard in the FBI. You knew or you should have known. It's that simple. If you're a leader and you say, I didn't know, that's not good enough. You should have known. And then the statute itself says, if you have any questions, come to the Ministry of Finance and ask, and we will guide you. She has a permanent secretary who's well experienced. Why didn't she talk to her? And by the way, the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, former ambassador, I don't think she's fully aware of what she's doing either, because when I wrote and asked about I wrote requesting some information from the ministry. She wrote me back and she said, "Oh, for this information, you need to go to the Parliament. You need to go to Ministry of Information. You need to do this." Completely oblivious to the fact that there's a rule that says, not a rule, it's a law. It's part of the law. It's part of the access to information law. It says, if I send something to a ministry and it's the wrong ministry, guess what? That ministry is responsible for forwarding the information, the request, to the proper ministry. You don't send it back to the person and say, "Anna, yes, sir, the information there, go over there, sir." No, you're supposed to forward it. She sent it back to me. And then she will discuss access to information with me. How can you discuss it with me and you don't even know the rules? But Colleen, you're right. It will be interesting to see who else is involved in unethical practices. And hopefully next week, Saturday, this time I can announce that the foundation, the account is open, the website is up, blah, blah, blah. We're ready to go because that's where we're going. That's where we're going. Natalia Freeman, right, educated fools. Look, somebody once said, you know, my head, no, me not only have my head to wear hat. Think. Ingrid, you're right. Her legal background, and she put it right there. She said, I'm an attorney at law. And then she go write an affidavit like this. See, the beauty about telling the truth is that you do not have to remember what you said. That's the beauty about telling the truth. Now she have to remember all of the things that what she said, but it's too late. It's too late. It's too late. Well, the phone line is open, so anybody want to call me? Can't give me a jingle now because we have Dr. Hold on a minute. Let me get rid of this. Oh, Dr. Kenu Thompson's here. All right, let me remove this source. Yeah. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to bring on a man who needs no introduction. A scholar in his right, in other people's right, everybody's right, right? He's an honest purveyor of the truth. I've seen him go after both parties. Toronto, Canada. Hold on. Caller, hold on 1 second, please. And so I'm gonna bring him on because he does an article and I like reading it because it makes me smarter, right? And he just did one recently, and it had to do with the development of Jamaica, or maybe the underdevelopment of Jamaica since independence. And since we're celebrating independence and we're talking about independence, I have a view about independence. And so I asked him if he would be kind enough to join us today to just give us a view of Jamaica since 1961, where we were, where we've been, where we are, and possibly where we're going. So let me just bring him on and then I'll take this call. Hold on. There he is. Dr. Thompson, how are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you, sir. Good evening. Thanks for
Good
having
evening.
me.
Good evening, sir. Hold on 1 second. Let me
Well,
just take this
pleasure.
call. Let me just take this quick caller. Caller, go ahead, please.
Indeed.
Good evening, Mr. Rattigan.
Good evening, sir.
I have a question for you. So now that you have presented all these documents regarding the Honorable Kamina Johnson, what will be the next step for her to render her position with the Ministry of Jamaica?
Well, you know, she's done some things over the past several years that's not a good reflection on Jamaica. But as far as this is concerned, there is a court hearing in sometime in October. What I'm hoping is that she will have the decency and the courage at this point in time to say, you know what, I've been proven to be not what I displayed to the public. I've been proven to be otherwise. Either somebody who's misrepresenting the facts or somebody who's lying. And therefore, for the sake of the country, for the sake of her party, for her own soul, that she should just step aside and let somebody else come along and pick up the pieces. Because they're qualified people in that ministry who can run that ministry. And I know some of them. So that's what should really happen. But will it happen? I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
With the hearing that is scheduled for October, what would be the likely outcome of that scheduled hearing?
Well, what I'm hoping is that the judge will look at it, because what I'm not asking for, well, let me tell you what I'm not asking for. I'm not asking for the judge to punish her. I'm not asking for to fine her, to send her to prison. I'm not asking the judge to do any of that. All I'm asking the judge to do is say, Judge, look at the documentation and make a declaration that she did not comply with the law as required to submit the gift form. That's all I'm asking. And then from there, Integrity Commission and the tax administrator, they can do whatever they want to do with that information, which I suspect they will do something about it. But that's all. I'm asking the judge to make a declaration, not to issue punishment.
So if the other agencies have more power, would those agencies advise her on the caution that it is better for her to step aside and moving forward? That's
a good question, but that's a question I can't answer. It's up to them. what they want to do. Now that I'm sure they're going to watch this presentation, and they can't run away from the documents. The documents are their documents, right? And if they want to find the Finn Partners documents, that's fine. You can find them. That's not a problem. So yes, they should, but I don't know what they will do, because we know that politics in Jamaica is very polarizing, and she's one of the politicians that people tend to think, is free from this type of behavior. And now that they're seeing it, I don't know what they will do. Oh, by the way, she also mentioned she claimed that my lawsuit, or whatever she read online, that it was untrue, it was baseless, and it was defamatory. No, she's basically calling me a liar. No,
so now that you have proven your case against her, how would she go back and render her miscommunication regarding your lawsuit? Would you accept an apology for that, or what would be the next course of action?
If she apologized to me, I have no choice but to accept it. When somebody apologizes to you, that's a chance for you that's a chance for the person to be redemptive.
Correct.
Right. That's a chance for you to say, you know what? Okay, you've acknowledged that you did wrong, and so you move on. So I cannot reject it. I cannot. If she says, I'm very sorry about what happened, I will accept it.
Correct. So if she take that responsibility and make the apology, will you still file a defamation lawsuit regarding her miscommunication regarding your lawsuit?
I'll have to talk to her about that. That's a separate question. That's a good question. I haven't thought that far, because I'm just thinking right now of just putting the information out there so that people can see and understand what's going on. Because a lot of people are confused, and that's why I did this today. They said, we're confused. We don't know what's going on. Can you tell us what's going on? And that's exactly...
It is very interesting, because when I sit and watch the program, I see how you actually laid the case against her, because her interview that she comments on, I believe it's Smile Jamaica, when she made a bold statement she had nothing to hide. Now the general public has the documentation to cross-reference her miscommunication. So how would she defend what she has in an open public forum?
Yeah. That's a good question. I don't know how she's going to do it, but she should start by resigning, though. She should start by resigning.
Well, thank you, Mr. for your analysis.
You're welcome, sir. Take care of yourself, and thanks for calling.
Enjoy. Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. Yes, caller, go ahead, please.
Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
Peace and love, man.
Always.
First, I should say thank you very much for all what you are doing for Jamaica. We as Jamaican, even though I don't live in Jamaica, but I'm a Jamaican. I'm proud to be a Jamaican. So thank you very much, and thank every one of you who is pushing out, working so hard to free Jamaican people. Anyway, you mentioned earlier on about Kamina Johnson. And you said, which I understand, the sympathy of your heart, the heart that you have, you don't want her to get punishment and stuff, or you don't want to just a prisoner or what. But let me say this to you, Mr. Rattigan. Remember, they look on you and said you're a liar.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
They call you a liar.
Yes.
And I'm telling you the honest truth. If it was you, they would want to put some big punishment on you. And I'm telling you the honest truth, I would like she to get punishment. I'll be honest with you.
Well,
because let me say this to you.
Yes.
Let me tell you something. You see, when you do something like that, when you are doing things like that as a minister, right? A minister, right? It's like you are just telling the world. As a matter of fact, I'm telling you, I don't see you as nothing. Put it this way: you lie, you do everything. Let me say this to you. Let me say, she need punishment. She need it.
Well, let me just say this to you, that if she apologized to me, then that would be one thing. The second question is whether what I think the judge should do. Because there are two questions. One is what would I do if she apologized to me? I would accept it. What should the judge do? if she's faced with a trial, like from the Integrity Commission, I think they should send her to prison. I think they should send her to prison to send a strong signal that we will no longer tolerate this in Jamaica, and that would be a wake-up call for all of those people doing those things. And by the way, the foundation that's coming on board, we're going to be looking not only on things going on now, but we're going to look at corruption and questionable activities that occurred in the past. So it's gonna be Radam, Millicent. So it's going to be an interesting time in Jamaica. All right. So listen, let me just run and grab this other caller, so we'll talk.
All
soon.
right, my brother. God bless. Peace and love. And the next thing, quickly.
Yeah.
You mentioned some stuff that that we should pay some due. I'm willing to pay it. I am willing.
Well, listen.
And I want whenever you're ready, please let me know.
Next week Saturday, hopefully we'll make the announcement.
All right, my brother. God
Take care
bless
now.
and keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
Peace and love. All right, bye bye.
Yes, caller, go ahead, please.
Yes, Mr. Rattigan, I'm listening to your conversation.
Yes, sir.
And what I would like you to emphasize is accountability.
Yes, sir.
Our entire corruption platform is driven by the fact that no one is prepared to hold anyone accountable.
Right.
I remember with the former Prime Minister during the Judas saga, who tipped off Judas. And he actually established a committee to find out who had tipped off Judas so he would go back to Tivoli Garden and protect himself. And weeks after this committee had been put in place, the Prime Minister came back and said, well, it was me. Me sorry. Me sorry.
Mm-hmm.
No, that apology is not acceptable to the nation.
Correct.
Correct. An apology is not acceptable because regardless, and it never said anything to you, you know. He defamed the position that we're talking about with Johnson Smith. Don't make it personal.
Right.
She is representing us as a people.
Correct.
Okay?
Correct.
So it's not your decision to say, you forgive her. Okay? It's way beyond you now. You know, we are looking at the type of people that we put in public office.
Right.
And their conduct.
Correct.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And it's all, and the reason why, as we say, why corruption flourish is because all they have to do is apologize and everything is all right.
Right. Well, her apology would just be to me. It wouldn't be to the court because I would ask the court if there's such a thing as a friend of the court, I'm sure they have it, amicus curiae brief. I would submit one, and I would submit one asking the judge to jail her if she's found guilty.
I do not think that one of the penalties for what we regard as a crime. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I do not think that one of the penalties that the judge that when you commit a crime against the nation in not fulfilling your obligations to make things transparent, and when you are notified that they are transparent, you breach your fiduciary responsibility of moving forward to satisfy.
Right.
You know, I don't think one of the punishment that satisfies that is an apology.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, there is no country that has law in place where they say that when you commit a crime, apology is the answer. If you can think of one, you tell me. There's none.
All right. Listen, let me run and grab another call here. All right, but thanks for the call. Take care of yourself. Be well. Yes, caller, go ahead, please.
Hello, very good afternoon, Mr. Rattigan. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
Wonderful to be here. And, I want to first of all say my commendations in the work you continue to do. And the fact...
Thank you. Hello? Hello? Yeah, caller, go ahead. Hello? All right. Listen, let me just stop the calls for now because we have Dr. Thompson with it. Let me just turn off the phone. All right. Folks, listen, I just turned off the phone line because Dr. Thompson, he has graced us with his presence, and he's been very, very patient. I told him he should have been on like about an hour or so ago. And sir, my sincere apology to you.
Not a problem, sir. Glad to be sharing with you.
Yeah, but you see how the thing set up, you know,
Yeah.
people. I had to do this thing here today because I was supposed to do it last week and didn't get it done. So
Yes, I want to commend you once again commend you for getting a feedback on the work you have been doing, and more particularly in respect of this accountability issue involving the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who ran for the job of Secretary General. I found your analysis particularly pointed with respect to what the law says about gifts being received. There is no doubt. Are you getting a feedback from the studio?
some people are saying that they said the callers. No, I don't think they're referring to you. I believe they're referring to the.
I'm hearing myself. I'm hearing my voice coming back to me.
You're hearing your voice coming back to you? Hold on
Yes.
a second. Let me see something. Maybe I need to put this on. Hold on 1 second. All right, go ahead. Can you hear me?
Let's see. Right, it's no longer feeding back.
Okay, yeah,
It's just coming through your headset.
Yeah,
Right.
go ahead.
So what is beyond dispute is the fact that gifts were given.
Mm-hmm.
3 gifters or donors, if you will, were named, and subsequent to your lawsuit, I don't know if it's a cause, another 4 were named. But there is no dispute that gifts were given. And if gifts were given, somebody had to receive them.
Mm-hmm.
And the law requires that there be disclosure of gifts. And there was no disclosure.
Correct.
I also admire the fact that you highlighted the inaccuracy. I don't know if it was a deliberate attempt to mislead, where the minister said that all the questions you raised were answered in the affidavit.
Correct.
Which is clearly not true.
Not true.
So if gifts were given given that gifts were given, as has been incontrovertibly established, the question is, was an accounting for those gifts done in keeping with the law? And I truly trust that might I say, the accountability that the courts are asked to exercise will be done in quick order. Because if this minister gets away with it, then it just opens a floodgate for others to do the same. And I suspect that there are other people getting gifts and are not accounting for them, So, but you want to talk about Jamaica at 61, and I want to greet your co-host, my friend.
Yes, Mr. Herb Nelson. Yeah, Herb, welcome.
Blessings, Herb. Mm-hmm. So you want me to talk about Jamaica at 61?
Yeah, in terms of the independent, right, yes.
So my assessment is that Jamaica remains a great promise in spite of the myriad problems that it faces. And in the piece to which you made reference, I highlighted some of the promise, some elements of that promise, the evidence in some of the progress we're making in sports and elsewhere, as also some of our institutions. I've long said that one of the strongest assets that Jamaica possesses is the independence of our judiciary. Think about it with your case, Rattigan. If some Honest appointed judge, loyal to Honest, were to be the one hearing the matter, you could pretty much expect that there'll be an interpretation of the law consistent with the loyalty. But I am confident that whichever judge sits to hear this matter, despite any political preferences that they may have privately, that judge is going to look at the facts and the law only. Right? And I think, I know people have had issues with judgments that have been handed down, but I think, generally speaking, our judiciary reflects a level of independence. And the other thing, I think our judges are generally reasoned people who bring to the task a level of intellectual acumen and erudition that is really commendable. And many of these people, are ordinary people, but really people who have a high caliber of integrity. I think that's one of our strengths. Another area of strength, I think, that is highly relevant is the fact that in terms of our health outcomes, I think we have made significant improvements despite major resource constraints. And I speak particularly of an area called our maternal and child health. About 30 years ago, in 1990, Jamaica was recording 30 maternal deaths per 1,000 live births. 30. It meant that far more families were going through the pain of seeing a young baby die because of inadequate or poorly managed health facilities, germs, and other things. Interestingly, in 2015, when Ferguson was pressured out of his job, the number of deaths had been cut in half to about 15 per 1,000. And we have gone even further now. So I think we have made tremendous progress in that health indicator. A third one I'll mention, which of course includes sport. I think Jamaica is poised to realize if we can interpret the moment and invest appropriately, we can make sport a larger income earner in a sustainable way. And finally, the question of unemployment. Now, I'll be the first to tell you that a tremendous number, in fact, PIO Statin says it, that most of the jobs being created are what they call elementary or entry-level jobs. These are jobs that earn minimum wage. But unemployment has fallen to 6.6%. And that for me is some progress. But my big critique, I must confess, is that 60% of the workforce is not paying taxes because their wages fall below the 1.5 threshold. So it tells you about the quality of the jobs. So it is a kind of a mixed blessing because inflation, as a result of factors other than COVID, which affected inflation, is high and families are struggling. And the much talked about public sector reform has not really resulted in major increases in income for many people. For some, it is that government has shifted their non-taxable income to taxable and given the appearance of an increase in their wages, but they are taking home less in some cases. All right? People are struggling in Jamaica big time, I can tell you. But we recognize that there are more people having a chance at an income. I must also say, many of those income earners, those $13,000 a week minimum wage earners, pay half of that income in bus fare to get to work. So, but on the challenging side, on the challenging side, and this is perhaps where Jamaica is at a very difficult point. I'm old enough to know that I've never before, and this is not being facetious, never before have we had 6 lawmakers being under investigation for corruption, for illicit enrichment. It doesn't mean that we have never before had public officials being involved in nefarious activities and self-enrichment illegally. But our systems have been so improved that we can having them investigated. But the government is hiding the report. One would have thought that the government would have immediately tabled the report. That is not. So that's a major problem. Corruption remains a big problem. And your lawsuit actually intersects with the problem of corruption, because when a public official receives a gift but doesn't account for it, it constitutes a form of corruption. The other thing that I think is a major problem in our country is the growing disrespect for law displayed by the Honest administration. I'm going to pause now because I see other guests, but we have seen repeated instances of the government being, its actions being struck down by the court because of unconstitutional decisions. We have the cases with the states of emergency, where people's rights have been abused, and the government has lost every case, about 3 of them now, in relation to states of emergency, exposing the taxpayer to millions, tens of millions in damages. We have the NIDS, which was struck down, and government had to redo. And it's not as though government was not told beforehand that these measures were unconstitutional. It was told, but it plowed ahead. Now we have the latest one, where the government amends the Constitution in a Nicodemus style, tables the bill the morning, votes on it the evening, rushes it through the Senate 2 days later, and by Monday it is signed into law by the Governor General. For what? If the bill were objectively about raising the age of retirement for the occupier of the office of DPP and the occupier of the office of Auditor General, the government would have taken its time and done properly. But the very reason they're rushing is because the current DPP, her term, the extension she received in 2020 expires in next month. So this was done to accommodate her. So even though future DPPs will benefit, it was done in this manner, skirting consultation, bypassing the public, and doing so. If you see the affidavit signed by Michael Phillips, the email that was sent out to parliamentarians advising of the agenda for the day never mentioned that matter. It was at the time, just before they were about to table it, that they got the notification on their phones that this matter will be discussed. If your actions are principled, if your motive is pure, and if the cause is just, you would be doing the thing from the mountaintop, from the housetop. You wouldn't be hiding and doing it in Nicodemus style. So disrespect for law is one of the greatest challenges Jamaica faces right now. I'll pause there. Your mic is muted, my host.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. We're joined by Dr. John Lennon, affectionately known as John. I'm hoping nobody writes a Dear John letter in reference to him. But John, most of you watching the program, you know John, and you know Herb. And Dr. Kamina Thompson, he's joined us, spent some time with us to discuss Jamaica since independence. Now, one of the things I often talk about is independence. Should we acknowledge it and say, okay, on this date we received a document, or should we say, yeah, let's celebrate being independent? Because when I look at it from the Constitution, I see a great dependence on the monarchy. Still, even though on one hand they said, okay, we're gonna let you be independent, but on the other hand they said, even though we're removing colonialism from the formula, we're gonna come up with something called neocolonialism. So you're still gonna be colonized. And why do I say that? When you have how can you say you're independent when you have your head of state being the King of England, or at the time the Queen of England? How can you then say you're independent, truly independent, when the head of state and not only the head of state, but also the person in charge of your executive is currently, it's the King of England. So the King of England is the head of state. The King of England is in charge of the executive branch of government, and your legislative branch of government is controlled by the king. Because remember, no law can be signed into effect without the Governor General putting his assent on it. It cannot happen. So how can you? What are we celebrating? Are we celebrating the fact that we received a document in 1962, or are we celebrating being independent from the colonial power in 1962? Because if what we're celebrating is being free from the colonial power, it's a fallacy. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. Look, think about this deal, Jamaica. You're now paying a man $491 million to run his office. You're paying him $34 million in salary. He pays no income tax. You pay for all of his bills, but he doesn't represent your interests. He represents somebody from abroad. He represents their interests. How can you say you're independent? This is the heights of nonsense. How can you say, look, I have lots more to say, but I've said enough for today. So let me just turn it over to Herb and John. And again, welcome to both of you. Herb, since you joined us before, John, is there anything you want to say about Jamaica's development or undevelopment since 1960, 61, 62 till now? And should we be celebrating independence?
Sorry, was that a question for me?
I can't see you.
My apologies, yes.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah, move about. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
One of those emergency situations, you wouldn't believe it.
All right, no,
Each time you call, I have some emergency.
You're right. Every time I hope it's not as bad as the first time, or the last time.
No.
Okay. All right. Herb, we can't hear you. We can't hear her. John, go ahead. Speak. You want to address the question? Can we hear you?
Can you hear me well?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes, John, go ahead.
Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah, I'm up in Thompson Town, actually, up in the countryside. And I'm at my cousin's hardware store, so you might hear a bit of noise in the background every now and then. Are we independent? No. I say we need a brand new constitution. And I wouldn't hark on and talk about the past. It's gone now. It's all about now for me, fixing what we can fix. I mean, I read Dr. Kanute's essay, and I agree with it, nearly everything is written in there. But I said I concentrated more on the last section of it, about what we're going to do going forward. So I leave it there because I like talking about solutions, and we need to do that now because it's a time for action, isn't it? So we have to look forward and see how we can fix things. So I'll hand it over to Herb now.
Herb. Still not hearing you.
It's still mute.
All right, if I might, while Herb is trying.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yes, I do not believe that any country is. I mean, if you take a literalist interpretation of the word independent, you could actually make a point that no country is independent. No human being is independent. And I'm being somewhat philosophical, but I'm not being cynical. I think interdependence is really the character of human existence. Take the so-called largest democracy in the world. I'm not sure it's the largest democracy in the world, but certainly certainly the largest economy, the US. the majority, I'm not sure what the percentage is right now, but the treasury bills, the largest block of treasury bills from the Fed is held by the Chinese, right? There are, take Canada, several of their major pieces of infrastructure, including their electricity grid, is owned by foreign companies.
Yes.
Russia's oil is of no use to it unless it can sell to somewhere else. And the UK education system depends heavily on foreign students in order to earn an income. So I don't think that the fact of our heavy dependence on trade and on aid makes us non-independent. Where I think we need to go is where we are at a place where we are able to dictate more effectively, first of all, to develop our resource base or to expand our resource base exponentially, our resource base in terms of value-added products. We produce a lot of primary products, yams and potatoes, which you get in their form in the stores in New York and Washington and Toronto. We need to increase the percentage of those exports that come in the form of value-added potato chips, potato wine, and such byproducts, and to be at a place where we can dictate the price of those things rather than being dependent on, might I say, coordinated market forces that are controlled by the Western countries, the large Western countries, who dictate the price of our products. So that's where I think Jamaica's challenge lie. And what I'm saying is not anything new. I mean, you all remember the famous economist George Beckford, whose book Persistent Poverty, published in 1972, what now? That's 50 years ago now. He spoke about the problem of our dependence on raw sugar as a means of increasing wealth. And he highlighted the fact that until we are able to require the use of all those ships that were bringing products here to send back our manufactured products, we will never become a prosperous nation. So I think that is where Jamaica's problem lies. We are too heavily dependent on the global markets to set our prices. Why? I mean, I just believe it's possible for Jamaica to become part of the G20 or the G25 and to be at that space rather than being confined to the CARICOM bloc, which then is subservient, or so seen, subservient to the European Union. Look at what Africa is doing. Africa is now growing itself to a place where the African Union is having a stronger voice in global affairs, though they are still being controlled by the Europeans in an unfair way.
Herb?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, great. Well, good afternoon to all your listeners and to Dr. John and to my very good mentor, Professor Knute Thompson. Professor, I like what you said a while ago about corruption, because if it is one thing that has killed Jamaica and has set us back on our heels since independence, even before that, it is corruption. And corruption, Jamaicans have to realize, is a control mechanism by the first world powers. If they can't have their own way with you and your legislature, then you have to be undermined. And when we can learn that lesson and learn it the way we've been learning it since the 1970s, when our politicians were put into this state of emergency, and where a record amount of people died. If we can't learn that lesson and come up with a better way to communicate with each other, we're gonna see us going back to picking up arms and trying to get the message across in that fashion, which would be a terrible way to go in this 21st century. We have seen in Haiti, we've seen people burned alive, but we see the same thing in Jamaica. We've seen some really bad examples of vigilantes taking the law into their own hands in Haiti. But we're seeing the same thing in Jamaica. People have been asking me, are we going down the same road as Haiti? And I said, no. But I'm beginning to have my doubts, because more and more of the killings in Jamaica, especially of young kids, the fact that we are showing a bad attitude towards youngsters, we are deeply embedded in the human trafficking business in Jamaica, right? We're deeply embedded in weapons trafficking into Jamaica. And we're killing our youth at a record pace, to where the downtown statue or dedication to young people is full. Can't take any more names. Nobody, when they put that monument up, right, that stadium, the monument up, imagine that we would be killing young people at such a record pace. Now, if all of these things are happening as a result of inaction by the police, a failure to investigate on the part of the police, because of the police, Jamaica was put on tier 2 by the U.S. State Department for human trafficking. But they never named which police officers were responsible for that. I would love to see a follow-up investigation to everybody who's lost a visa, everybody who created the situation for tier 2 because of human trafficking. Those folks should be fully investigated, but it's not going to happen, because we have a prime minister who has no interest in why his people were investigated and put on tier 2. Now, we also realize that the reason for keeping the DPP around for another 2 years is to ensure that they run out the clock. It's to ensure that any possible prosecution, to include his own, which the Integrity Commission has more than enough evidence that he has used the contracting to curry favors and to pay off folks from the time that he built those houses, his house rather, in Beverly Hills, and bought the lands in Beverly Hills till now, as exposed by 18 Degrees North. We have not seen him try to change, try to make a difference, even to cover up his activities. The boldness in breaking the law and in maintaining his friendship with his wife and bargaining over the last 20 years or more, that they don't care. They do not care. They don't care which law they break, they can cover themselves and they can cover each other. The National Security Ministry covers them. The Commissioner of Police covers them. And they use CTOC as their own investigative tool and as a weapon against people to protect themselves and their friends. There is corruption abound, and nothing is about to change, and nothing we say will stop that unless we are able to take action, which I am hoping we're now in a position to do.
All right, let me just make some quick comments before getting Professor Thompson back in. Someone in the chat room mentioned about foreign aid, and how come it's not helping Jamaica? Again, that goes to corruption, and that's one of the things that we're going to look at as a foundation, because we believe that with the amount of money that Jamaica has received in terms of loans and aid and grants, that Jamaica should be way ahead of where it is in terms of development. And that speaks to the fact that corruption is involved to the hilt when it comes to foreign aid, donor funds coming from various parts of the world. And I can point to just about anything agriculture, I can point to national security, where we've received monies. We've received monies or we received resources. And the resources, they were not put to use, or they were distributed in a way that was not the original intent. Someone mentioned about mangoes, that why didn't Jamaica can and do all these things with mangoes? Again, that's left up to the ingenuity of individuals and also the government. Then there's a whole series of questions about what will prevent Jamaica from becoming another Haiti. And someone raised the point that the murder rate in Haiti is far less than what it is in Jamaica. And so I find it interesting that Jamaica, the Ministry of National Security has identified more than 200 gangs in Jamaica. Jamaica has a higher murder rate. It seems to me as if instead of sending people to Haiti, we should be sending people to Jamaica to say, look, let's deal with the crime rate in Jamaica because it's so high and you have so many gangs and you have porous borders, right? So that's where we need the help in Jamaica. Now we're talking about sending soldiers to Haiti. And as I mentioned earlier, now they're going unfamiliar territory, foreign language, different culture, and they're going up against well-armed and trained former military people. When are we going to explain to the Jamaican people that we're sending these people and here is the plan? We haven't seen a plan. We don't know why they're going. We just heard that, get ready because you're going. And so it says to me that on one level we have corruption, on another level we have incompetence. We have people who just don't know what they're doing. And the reason I say this from a position of experience. I've seen how these things play out on the international scene. And the way Jamaica is going about doing its business internationally, it's not going to work out. And part of that also is because look at who we have running the country on the international level, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. We have somebody who can't even just admit that, look, I made a mistake. If she had done that from last year, we wouldn't be discussing this today about whether we know she didn't file because she said she didn't get a gift. So there's no point in filing if you didn't get a gift. But this is what we have. And then we also know that some of those positions overseas, they're filled by political appointees. They don't have the experience. We have enough people in the foreign affairs cadre. We have experienced foreign affairs employees who can address some of these issues, take over some of these positions. But instead, we've given these positions to political appointees who have no clue as to what they're doing. And I don't even know if they even have the support anyway. So it's a recipe for disaster, and we're seeing it. And I'm telling you, mark my words, if the first time a soldier is killed in Haiti, I suspect that the Jamaican government is going to declare a state of emergency, because that's one of the conditions under which they can, if Jamaica is at war with a foreign country. And then there goes the suspension of rights and privileges. So that's just my 2 cents. Dr. Thompson, please.
Yes. The question of
Oh, let me just one quick point. The idea of interdependence, dependence, and independence. You're quite right when you talk about the economy. I was referring to having somebody, and none of those countries that you mentioned, they don't have a foreign country making laws for them or signing off on their own laws. They're not paying for a person in their country representing a foreign entity or a monarch. I've never seen this where, we talk about the U.S. and you believe me, the U.S. has got lots of problems. But think about this, Jamaicans. Think about running what you call a democracy, constitutional democracy, and you have somebody there who does not represent your interests. And it says so in the Constitution, he represents the interests of the monarchy, of the king. And he's signing off on your laws. He can tell your lawmakers, no, I'm not going to sign off on this one. And guess what? It's not law. Even though the people may have asked for it, he just said, no, it's not law. And that's where I have a problem with the dependence versus dependence, interdependence.
I think probably you and I can have a healthy disagreement on that question.
Okay.
In terms of what I would call the actual versus the constitutional, because I don't know that the Queen and now the King take any real interest in laws that are made here, or to benefit one or the other. So when the Governor General, as a representative of the King, previously the Queen, signs or gives his assent to a piece of legislation, the legislation is never goes to Buckingham Palace for review. All right.
So then the question I have then is, why do we need him to sign it then? Since it's not, why not let Jamaicans dictate?
Right. So what we have is a charade of a monarchy. All right. The Governor General takes instructions from the Prime Minister. All right. There is nothing that well, I don't know. I wouldn't say. I can't think of anything that has gone before the Governor General, this one or any before him. Perhaps in the Glasspool might have delayed signing some things, but I'm not anything going before a Governor General who says that he's not signing. And the throne speech, for example, which is supposed to be the declaration of the government's plans and programs, the throne speech is written by the government. So the Governor General is really just a mouthpiece, in my view, for the most part, not exclusively. There are some institutions to which the Governor General names persons. For example, the Electoral Advisory Commission. The Governor General names the members, but the names but in some cases the names are presented to him by the political parties. Others he names based on recommendation. But the Queen, the King, neither had nothing to do with those things. So we're talking now about Jamaica becoming a republic, and what they're proposing is a president who will be just as ceremonial and titular and a conduit of government's wishes as a Governor General, which I find abhorrent and a waste of time. If I might just indulge your listeners, and if they indulge me for 90 seconds, I've written a piece on what I believe our presidential republic should look like. In my view, we have moved from democracy has shifted from being embodied in one office. And certainly in the office of a president, I believe that what you should have is a presidential council. So there's an elected president who runs for office on a particular platform and vision that he or she sees desirable and ideal for the country. Having been elected president, he or she is supported by a council of 12, of which he or she makes the 13th. And those 12 members, 4 named by the leader of the opposition, 4 by the prime minister, and 4 by the chief justice. And they are the advisors to the president. And decisions by the decisions are taken by the presidency, and there would be only rare exceptions in which the president would act contrary to the advice of this council. I do not believe in a democratic structure that places power, the head of government who has absolute power. And if you have those 12 people and you are calling for decision by majority, you will have to have people so if you have 4 independent retired judges, 4 JLP people, and decisions are made by majority, the chances are you get good decisions out of that body. That's my vision of what
All right. No, Andrea just made a comment in the chat room saying that, she said, I guess it's in response to what you said. She said, no, sir, I'm on a mouthpiece. No, let me just take a little bit of time to agree with her, and I'll tell you why I agree with her. Because I'm going to the Constitution, because we talk about the Constitution, and this is where we live and die by, right? No, Section 60, it says, a bill shall not become law until the Governor General has assented thereto in Her Majesty's name and on Her Majesty's behalf, and has signed it in token of such assent. Section 6, that's Section 60, subsection 1. Subsection 3 says, when a bill is presented to the Governor General for assent, he shall signify that he assents or that he withholds assent.
So I'm going to ask you, tell me once when he ever withheld it.
Good, because here's the thing. What I suspect is that he doesn't realize the powers that he has, because under the Constitution, he can. And when he does, there's nothing they can do in Jamaica. Let me just, 68 says the executive authority of Jamaica is vested in Her Majesty. Now, here is a critical piece of the Constitution that goes to the heart of what you just said. It says here, okay. Chapter 4, Section 32, subsection 3, where the Governor General is directed to exercise any function, any, after consultation with any person or authority, he shall not, N-O-T, be obliged to exercise that function in accordance with the advice of that person or authority. Now, here's a companion to that. Chapter 4, Section 32, subsection 4 says, where the Governor General is directed to exercise any function in accordance with the recommendation or advice of, or with the concurrence of, or after consultation with, or on the representation of any person or authority, the question whether he has so exercised that function shall not be inquired into any court. That's powerful. Sure. No, he may not exercise. Yes, we cannot say he doesn't have the power. We can say he doesn't exercise it. That's his discretion.
Let me agree with you on that. Okay. That the Constitution gives to the Governor General certain powers. I'm saying that in the evolution of our democracy over these 60 years, save and except for a period in the 70s when the Governor General and the then government were at loggerheads for a very brief period, the Governor Generals have tended to be rubber stamps of things placed before them. And take this latest matter, for example, where the Constitution was amended in a day, and the opposition, through their attorney, writes to the Governor General and said, please, would you delay assenting until the matter has been heard? We don't have that. So I suspect if over the last 61 years, we had a practice of Governors General being thoughtful, independent, deliberative, and holding government to account, we would have a different kind of democracy. But so when I said earlier, I would make a distinction between what is in the letter I meant versus what is in practice. In practice, the Governor Generals have been a rubber stamp. My proposal is not that we have a president who is given powers similar to a Governor General, which is precisely why I say in my view, what we should have is a presidential council which has those powers and deliberates on matters. So when, for example, there is a refusal to sign a bill, it's not a decision that the Governor General takes based on advice he gets from a single individual who we may never know, or whose identity might never known. But when the president refuses to assent, it's based on the deliberations of his council, her council, which has voted by a majority vote. All right.
Well, see, the thing is, the argument you're making is for the president. What I'm saying is that for the Governor General, he has the power to do.
And I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah,
I'm agreeing with you.
But by practice, he just rubber stamps. But that's and to give you an example of how dangerous that is, look at the recent case in the Everton Douglas and others versus the Minister of National Security, Commissioner of Police, and the Attorney General. There, the Supreme Court said no. What the Governor General did, he didn't say it in those words, but you know that a state of emergency cannot be declared without a proclamation from the Governor General. Mm-hmm. And what he's in essence saying, what the Governor General did was he didn't use his discretion. He didn't use his due diligence to review these things, because for a state of emergency to take effect, it can only take effect in one or three instances: wars, incursion, and natural disaster. Policing of or anti-crime measure is not one of them. So the Governor General, and that's why I'm saying to people that we're paying for somebody who has no expression of our interest in his soul. He has none, because especially when it comes to this, because people are being thrown in jail. They're detained. They're detained, and no, they're not arrested. They're detained, and there's another one. But they're detained, and so unlawfully. And as you said before, now when the rubber meets the road, the Jamaican taxpayers will now have to make the payment to those people who have been injured. So it's a big problem.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, so one would have hoped that upon receiving those requests, masked as instructions from the Prime Minister to proclaim a state of emergency, that the Governor General would exercise both his own intellectual and philosophical conscience to assess whether such a proclamation is justified or is lawful. And if he feels unable to make a judgment on his own, would call his legal team to say, advise me on this. All right. So one of the problems of our democracy has been the fact that the Governor General has tended not to exercise that due diligence and sense of patriotism to the country. But this man to say in those idle exercises, he's not thinking about what suits the king. He's thinking about what suits the Prime Minister.
Stick a pin for a second. Let me ask this. Does the Governor General have the necessary staffing, like a legal counsel or a legal team, to give him an overview of the laws that he's signing and the impact on the population as a whole or the country? I mean, does he have anybody who does an analysis and defines what he's about to sign? Because I don't think this guy is educated enough to do it on his own.
Yeah, well, you have the Attorney General, and before the matter goes to the Governor General, theoretically at least, the Attorney General's chambers must review the legislation and make a determination concerning its constitutionality, and in fact must sign a statement saying that the legislation has been reviewed and it does not breach the Constitution. That declaration by the Attorney General accompanies the bill that goes to the Governor General, and he relies upon that statement by the AG, or is supposed to. The question is deeper than that. Whether in his office, the office of the Governor General,
Yes.
there is a legal expert who will offer independent advice. To the best of my knowledge, I think there is such a person. There's such a functionary. The question becomes whether the Governor General chooses to utilize that person's service appropriately, or simply proceeds to rubber stamp because it comes from the government.
Sorry, but why are we having this big discussion about the Governor General? What Will said is fact. He's the most powerful man in Jamaica. No laws can be passed, which we didn't know, without him signing off on it. So we're having this discussion about the Governor General when the real problem we have now is that we need a new constitution, surely.
Yes.
John,
So I believe that the cure is to have a Governor General who has the independence of mind and the strength of will and the intellectual experience, or the means to the intellectual
But we're going to get rid of him. But we're going to get rid of him.
Yes. But if not, to be able to interpret advice given. If I were Governor General, I would have a team of at least 3 lawyers, probably 5, and every matter about which I am perplexed or confused, I would consult them all and hear how they debate it, and make it clear that I'm not asking them to agree or to tell. I just want them to assess, and then I would weigh the assessment, which presumably would be sometimes conflicting.
One quick second, Herb. One quick second. Let me just make a correction. Certain people in the chat, they're under the impression that the Prime Minister is the one who appoints the Governor General. Not true. And you can go to chapter 4, section 27 of the Constitution, and it says, Jamaica will have a Governor General who shall be appointed by Her Majesty. And this Governor General shall hold office during Her Majesty's pleasure. And this Governor General shall be Her Majesty's representative in Jamaica. So what will happen is that the Prime Minister, I believe, he will provide a name to the monarchy. But the monarchy doesn't have to appoint that person. They could say, well, we'll take somebody else. But to be clear, the Prime Minister does not appoint the Governor General. That is done by Her Majesty, in this case, His Majesty. Thanks. Go ahead, John. Herb.
Yeah, I think John, you were going to make a point a while ago.
Yeah, the point I'm making is that we are going to get rid of the Governor General, yes or no?
Under the constitutional reform, it would be gone because we'd no longer be under the monarchy. But
exactly.
Let's assume that that's not forthcoming. Then what we're saying, in the fact that there's not a rapid change to some system, what the doctor said is that we should use a advisory council. Is that what you're saying, Doc?
That's my proposal.
That's a proposal, right? Now, look, here in the U.S., I cannot see a better example than the separation of powers. In Jamaica, having the Prime Minister inside Parliament is a problem because he's influencing everything that happens within the Parliament. If he's a member of the executive, then he should separate with his ministers and be an executive. And then they can, in fact, make these proposals on the new constitution. And then the legislature can then debate it. And have a separate set of eyes and legalistic analysis before they go ahead and present anything to the person who has replaced the governor general, meaning a president, right?
But can I be putting again? I'm still puzzled about why we having this big conversation about the governor general. We're going to get rid of him. We're going to have a brand new constitution, aren't we? So it's I don't see why we're having to discuss about him having, should he have lawyers or whatever. We can't go in the past and make him do what he's done already. We look into the future. We won't have a governor general. The whole point of this is that we're going to get rid of him. We need to have a brand new constitution written by the people, and then we will find out what we're going to do. Dr. Thompson said he gave his idea about having a president, but you can write any kind of proposal you want at the moment and present it to the CRC, and they're going to ignore it. The JLP are going to write the constitution as they see fit. It won't protect and it won't be beneficial to the people. That's 100% that. So if we do not stop the process, get the people to stop the process of no referendum, and we decide that now we're going to write the constitution written by us, for us, going forward, so we can get rid of all this squatting. We can't have our bauxite being given away. We have a debt that isn't going down. They tell us it's going down, it's not going down. We don't have any education, we don't have any roads. We have 4.2 billion US sitting in the reserves when it should be invested. We need a new constitution. So we need to stop the talk about the governor general and move on to how do we get a new constitution through, fellas.
All right, John. Let me throw something out at you, and and the rest of the panel and the people listening and watching. Your proposal is, look, let's forget about what happened. Let's look at what we're going to do. We know what happened, so let's just move forward. Forget about the governor general and these other people, and just write our constitution. Now, you said something that was interesting. You said even if we make our proposals to the CRC, they're not going to listen to us. They're not going to do the things that we require of them. So the question from me to you now is, what do we do? If they're not going to listen to us about the new constitution and the provisions that we'd like to see in there, what do we do?
Okay, they're going to have a referendum. We know that you have a lot of people, listeners on your channel. You have to tell them that what is our idea. We have to stop. I would say we have to, when they announce the referendum, we'll make sure that we just won't vote. Also, with the referendum, there must, for it to be mandated, surely there must be a percentage of people that vote. Now, at the last election, and Dr. Thompson had it written down in his article, was it about 38%, wasn't it, Doc, that voted last time? Exactly. That's right. For the referendum, everybody I've spoken to won't vote. They mix up the referendum and the constitution with politics. Everybody I've spoken to, and these people just don't vote. So when we have this referendum, what we're going to have, 35% of the people voting, and we're going to say that, okay, then that's representative. Surely it isn't. We've got to be able to say to the government, if at least 2/3 of the people don't vote in a referendum, it can't stand. Surely. You can't have 25% of the people voting and you're saying, okay, then by what they said, that's going to be the decision. And the government has not said anything about the referendum. What is the percentage that's got to have to vote for this thing to be able to be pushed through?
No. Now, one of the things that I have an issue with is, and this is a little bit off the beaten path, meaning that what you just said, John, is that the idea of addressing issues related to the Auditor General and the DPP, those are contained in what they called entrenched provisions in the Constitution. Now, there are lots of entrenched provisions in the Constitution,
The question is, when they did this, why didn't they do it for all of them? Why are we having a CRC now talking about entrenched provisions in the Constitution when they could have handled it the same way that they did this? Why are we wasting taxpayers' money having these people go from town to town to town, talk about all of this, and you say, but wait a minute, hold on. You just did it. You just did it. You just dealt with an entrenched provision regarding the DPP and the Auditor General. So for the other entrenched positions...
It's not entrenched though. That clause is not entrenched.
Well, it's funny because if you go to as website, the government of Jamaica, it says that, here's what it says. It says the entrenched provisions include those relating to 1, fundamental rights and freedoms, 2, the establishment and security of offices such as those of judges, 3, the Auditor General, 4, the Director of Public Prosecutions and of the Services Commission, and 5, the arrangements for control of public finance. So if it's not, then they need to take this down because that's there.
Well, my understanding of what you've just read is that the positions are entrenched.
Mm-hmm.
So but the age of retirement of the holder is not entrenched.
How do we make that distinction?
Well, I think the Constitution sets it out. So, in other words, the government could not make a law removing the office of the Auditor General or the DPP. They could not create a Prosecutor General, for example, and abolish the Director of Public Prosecution. Nor could they. So the offices are entrenched, but in a separate place, the ages are stated. But there's an important question, though, to be raised about that. The revised Pension Act is what had moved the age of retirement from 60 to 65. Passed in 2017, came into effect in 2018, and it would then have a rolling consequence in terms of where people were at, the age at which they were at the time of the act, people who were in their 60s. But the fundamental point, which learned counsel Ms. Pike, one of the deputy VPPs, made, is that by law and convention, the Constitution is the supreme authority on all matters.
Mm-hmm.
And whilst the Pension Act raises the age of retirement, the age of retirement is still 60 for those 2 office holders in the Constitution. And you can't amend the Constitution. You can't lawfully amend the superior instrument, the superior law, to bring it in line with an inferior law.
That's true.
So the route that the government take and the explanation gave, as Mr. Chuck did, that they bring it in line, is on the face of it unconstitutional. There would have had to be a different process of making that amendment. So although the amendment is lawful in terms, well, let me try that. Although the Constitution allows for the bill to be tabled and voted, the mechanism required that there be consultation in keeping with the spirit of the Constitution. But I'm waiting to see how the court rules on this matter.
One quick thing.
Anybody looked at the comments? I think I'm getting a lot of people agreeing with me here. They just wanted to rip it up. Yeah, I got research and I agree with your statement. I'm getting a lot of I agree with me here, Will. Just read them.
No,
they don't want the government general. They want a new constitution. We keep this conversation going and going. It's not going to get us anywhere. We said we need to have a conversation about how we're going to stop the process from going forward.
No,
we can't keep going back and saying, oh, the Constitution says. We know the Constitution's broken, so we can't refer to something that's broken. I don't understand how we're referring to something that's broken and doesn't look after the needs of the Jamaican people. How can we be referring back to a constitution? I don't get it. I really just don't understand why we're harking back to the constitution.
No, John, here's the thing. The thing. I agree with you 100% that the constitution should be abolished. They should just get rid of this and start something brand new. But in the meantime, we have this constitution to deal with. And so what we have to do is point out sometimes the hypocrisy of the government when they said that they're having a CRC to make changes to it. And then while the CRC is meeting, they go ahead and they make a change. And you say, well, wait a minute, hold on 1 second. Why is it that you make a change? You made a change for that, but you don't make a change for all the other things within that category. And as Professor Thompson just mentioned, the dominance of the Constitution is referred to as a specially entrenched provision, right? Which requires a referendum and this and that and all of that stuff. So why is it then that you have a Constitution, you're claiming to be dominant, but you're bringing it down to match with a civil service law? It makes absolutely no sense. So I agree with you. We need to get rid of it, but in the same breath, we have it. So what we need to do is point out to the people who are pretending to be guardians of the Constitution. We have to point out to them that, listen, what you are doing is completely off base. What you're doing is nowhere near what should be done. And again, I agree with you. We need to get rid of it. The problem is that these people are not listening to us. I mean, they hear us, but they're not listening to us. They will not do what we're asking them to do, which is to, they won't. But like you said, maybe we need to get the community energized about this and have people say, listen, we're not going to vote. But wait, first we have to see what the voting procedure is going to be like for this referendum before it can take effect.
Well, I hate to say this on air, but I have to leave at 6 or by 6.
No worries.
6 my time. So
no worries. Fully understand. Not a problem. Okay. Yeah. But go ahead. The floor is yours since you have to leave at 6. Go ahead. Give us your opinion.
I just want to speak on this, the question of the Constitution. I don't think that we will be able to have a situation where we have a quote unquote brand new Constitution. That process would be perhaps taking us another 120 years to create a brand new one. What I think the CRC should be directed to do and our advocacy should be pursuing is how we can radically revise what we have. Because in my view, my experience, there are important sections of the Constitution. For example, Chapter 3 of the Constitution was recently revised, Chapter 3 is a new component called fundamental rights and freedoms. All right, and that's about 12 years old. So I think that what we need to conceive of is a constitutional reform process over a 3-year horizon, where you use the first year to make to conduct consultations, spliced with education, because you can't be consulting with people on a matter about which they are ill-informed. So these town halls would be literally to read the Constitution, and you would have the consultation will take form of small groups. So ahead of these big meetings, there would be these what you'd call, or you could call, the constitutional review pre-hearing meetings, where people are sitting and they are listening it read to them and explained to them. All right, and there may be protagonists and antagonists in those meetings who express their view on it. Following that series of readings, people then come to these town halls where they present their perspectives. Those are carefully, meticulously recorded and documented. They're not just talk shops. And in those settings, the government representatives are not telling people what government plans or what will be amended. They are hearing from the people the proposals as they're presenting them. So that's for the first year and a half. The next, then there would be an interregnum where drafts are made following this consensus, following the pulling together of the consensus positions, where the amendments are made. And you have the second set of town halls now, where what is proposed is being read to the people, and you will take the account of that. And then the representatives of the people, being informed by their constituents, would then take a vote on it in the referendum. So before you actually let's strike, following that second round of conversation It is then that you have the referendum. And after the referendum, then the document on which there has been a vote is now ratified by the parliament. But you can't be consulting with people on matters about which they are not informed. So that's my last word.
John? John, Herb?
Yeah. No, Herb can go first.
You going, John?
No, go on, Herb.
No, okay. Listen. What would the placeholder be if we decided to get rid of that constitution and act differently according to which set of rules? I understand what you're saying, John, but you have to have an orderly transfer of these rules and responsibilities and new designations. So until we can decide, do we separate the powers? Executive, legislature, judiciary? Or do we still mash together the executive and the legislative as we have been doing, right? Which to me, it's in itself creates a problem. It creates the corruption. You have to have one branch watch over the other.
Herb, turn up your sound, please. People are saying that they can't. You're low. Turn up your sound a little bit.
All right. Yeah, you need to have one branch. Is that better? You need to have one branch watch over the other, right? You cannot have the mashing together of a prime minister with the cabinet amongst the legislature, that they have direct influence over them and control the way they vote. That means nobody has an opinion. So we have to do something to get rid of the big stick in parliament and empower these legislators to come to work and get something done while they're at work. Right now, you have too many people missing out in parliament and not enough people proposing anything that's substantial and have it been voted on. You need to, it's the same people all the time. So you need the younger folks to reflect something new, maybe your thoughts, John, maybe some of what the professor is talking about. And in turn, you need to have a debate in parliament that the people can join in by giving their opinions directly to their representatives. This is not representational politics, because none of these people live in their communities, in their constituency, right?
Hold on. Let me just give Professor Thompson the final word, because he has to go in about 4 minutes. So
yes, indeed. Thank you so very much, Rattigan. So I am suggesting that the process to date on this constitutional reform thing has been, in my view, a failure. Within a couple meetings, the co-chair Malahou Fort made an announcement that we're going the route of a ceremonial president. There was no consultation on that. All right, and then a couple of weeks later, we hear that we're going to be having a hybrid president. But to date, we have not seen the notes, the recordings of any of those meetings that would have led them to those decisions. A little from this, you might hear that we're going to have we're going to move the political period from 5 to 7 years. All right, and it's going to take effect right now, and so the next election will be due in 2027, not 2025. That kind of thing.
What?
Well, I said, Ken, here's why we can't trust the government. All right,
Yes.
and I see John's skepticism, and I agree with him because I'm going to read you something. Right?
Yes.
It says, among the major action items on our legislative agenda for this year, and this year's 2016,
Yes.
it says, are a constitution bill to replace Her Majesty the Queen with a non-executive president as head of state. This is 2016. You know who said this? The Governor General in the throne speech. And as you said, the throne speech is a reflection of the government policies. So
Yes.
we've been waiting for this since 2016.
Yes.
And it says non-executive. It's non-executive.
Yes.
And they're still talking now. In 2016, they said non-executive. Now they're still saying, what kind of president we want? You
Yes.
said in 2016 that you want a non-executive.
Yes, that they're proposing that. Right. So with respect, I believe that this process has been a genuine charade, if there is such a oxymoron. All right, because it purports, it claims to be a consultative process, but it's really a government process, a process of government telling you what they intend.
True.
All right, and I've called on the PNP to withdraw because it is a complete waste of time. So I believe that we should start over and start with a one-year process of reading or teaching the Constitution. Then when people know what's in the Constitution, they can say what it is that they want from a Constitution. And government, I think it's fair that government can put on the table 3 or 4 different versions or models, if you will, of a republic system. Model 1, where you have an executive president. Model 2, a non-executive president. Module 3, Malahoo Fort's hybrid. And module 4, a presidential council approach. And say what each of these would involve and have people vote on a particular time. And it's a model that gets the most vote that we implement. But I have to go. It has been a real
thank
pleasure.
you. No, the pleasure is all ours.
Thank you.
You know, we're happy to have you. And look, don't be a stranger, man. Come back soon. All right. Take care of yourself. Be well. All right.
Be good, Doc.
All right. No, somebody just said something in the chat, John. Oh, go ahead. John, you were going to say something? No.
No, I wasn't. No.
Okay. Somebody just said, "Oh, I thought we were going to talk about independence." And the question I want to ask the panel as well as the people. Oh, you know what? I should turn on the phone. The people in the chat is: should we, when we celebrate independence, what are we celebrating? Is that you? What are we celebrating? When you say, "Oh, we're celebrating independence," what are we really celebrating? Are we acknowledging that a document was handed to us, and we say, "Yeah," or are we celebrating? Oh, hold on. Look at this. There's a call. Yes, caller. Go ahead, please.
Very pleasant afternoon to Mr. Rattigan again and your esteemed panel.
Turn down your listening device, please. We can hear you.
No, I'm off, you know. It may be one of your other persons. I'm totally off.
Okay. All right.
There's
Go
no
ahead, please.
sound on my background.
Okay.
So, Mr. Rattigan, again, thanks to you and your members there.
Yes, sir.
Esteemed gentlemen all. And, you know, when I think about it, it kind of overwhelms me how much things have gone wrong and are wrong. And so I believe the way forward is to do a few things at the same time. The first one, I want to tell you thanks and commend you for is this foundation that will now begin to actively challenge all these acts of corruption and manifestations of corruption and so on. So that is like, from my date and time, a finger in the dike, and I don't mean it in the current context, but when this big reservoir is going out, you put a finger and stop that. And then we try to deal with the other things that are happening, such as the Constitution and so on and so forth. Because from my limited knowledge, and I'm in a steep company, the idea behind the system of governance that we use is that inherent in the persons is integrity. Inherent, a presupposition is that the people who occupy these offices of power have some kind of honesty and integrity. And it is proven as time has passed, nobody resigns, nobody apologizes, everybody doubles down. So for me, it shows us that for this particular dispensation of our country, it's not appropriate, it will not work. The other thing I want to talk about is the pain stimulus. When a child is young and doesn't understand language, that is where you introduce the pain stimulus as a way of getting their attention and to understand what is good or bad. That is what this administration needs, the pain stimulus. So this thing where we continue to allow them to do what they want to do, nobody is made accountable, there's no punitive sanction. Then what is happening is that nobody really cares after a while. We need some people to feel some pain, Mr. Rattigan.
I agree.
They need to feel some pain, some accountability pain, because it serves two purposes. One is that they feel the pain, but two, the observer, the passive observer or the active observer or the potential person will understand that there'll be pain for you too. The other point I quickly want to make is that these people should not be touching our constitution at all. Some other way needs to be found. We can't have them, these purveyors of corruption, we can't have them touching the constitution, because guess what? There's no trust. And once there's no trust, then I can't give you my lunch to take to school. You can poison me. I don't trust you.
Wow.
So that's the next thing. And, you know, as I said, it hurts my head how many of the multiplicity of things that are falling out of place. How do you keep track? I know quite a few bloggers raising issues. It's like you cannot keep track. It's like you're running all over the place. How bad it is. It even confuses the people who are trying to resolve it. How overwhelming it is, the extent to which they have ripped this country apart. So, because we're talking about beaches and all of that, you know, it's just, I don't know, I've never seen this, and I'm not a young person, you know, well, relatively, but I'm 60 years old. And I've seen a different, it just has deteriorated to the point where I can't really understand how, in a 7 years, so much things can go bad. It's like they mash up everything because they know you now can't fix it. And they just watch us running around. They are watching us laughing. Oh, you go fix, all right, fix that. No, how you go fix this? And they're busy to do other things. Because things are going on land office, people are lose them land who are expatriates and people in the diaspora are lose them land right now. It's a hegemony of evil that I see for the next 3 generations. All if them lose the election, the systems and structures them put in a place of corruption, dead. Listen, it's overwhelming. But as I say, we have to take steps. The first step, and I was listening earlier, I am so, what could I use the word, encouraged by what it is that the foundation will provide, because I personally, and I'm sure many of us on this platform, will be supporting it. Because that's what we need to do. This is a first step.
Okay.
And then we can gradually, as I said, you know the story about the liquor boy that put him finger in the dike and save Holland. That's what we have to do first. Just that finger to stop that flow. And then we begin to address the other things. So thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Take care of yourself. Thanks for the support.
All right, you take care.
He's 100%
Yes, Carl,
right.
go ahead, please.
That I think.
Hello?
Yes, am I on?
Yes, you are on.
Okay, greetings everybody. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Rattigan, can you make that letter available for everybody that's listening so we can kind of more participate and with that just watching you guys? Can you make that letter available for everyone to send their own copy to the king?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I'll try and make it available. Go ahead.
Yeah, because it's not enough for you to be talking and taking the time out for what you guys do and everybody else that's there. All of us have to participate.
I agree.
Yeah, well said.
I see John shaking his head and
yes,
head
I have
nodding.
more things to say, but I'm just going to leave it at that for now.
All right, my brother. Thank you so much for the
I left voice notes on this line. I don't know if you were able to read them or the right place to do it. But I just kind of want to make the call quick. All right, thank you very much.
All right,
Thank you.
take care now. Be well. Bye bye. Yes, caller, go ahead, please. Hello. Hello. Russ Garvey, we can't hear you. Caller, good evening. Go ahead, please.
You hear me? You hear me, Mr. Ratty?
Yes, I can hear you now, loud and clear.
You know, unless we address the psychological damage done to the minds of African people from the history and experience of slavery and colonialism, we're not going to progress. You hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, we're not going to progress because it's the people allowing the foolishness. It's the people who's going for the garbage. The people not moving. You see? And I tell you, if you put this thing to a referendum, these people will vote to keep the queen or the king. They'll vote for that. Because the mind of the people them is in medieval backwardness. You're dealing with people who psychologically trap. See what I'm saying?
All right.
There should be no white king over African people. I mean, that's just madness. And to show you how damaged we are, we see what's going on in Africa now. You see how Africa rising up? 700 million youth under the age of 24. They're rising up and they're kicking out these colonial people. And we here in the West still are trying to hold on to them. We still are trying to hold on to the Governor General, still are trying to hold on to the King. What has it benefited us? You know, I said, let us do a study to see how much wealth do that 98% population of Jamaica control in Jamaica. Jamaica is 98% African. How much of that wealth do that 98% control? I would like the UA to do a study on that.
All right.
Because I am a firm believer that wherever African people make up the mass majority of the population, African people should control the economy and the body politics of that country or community. And that is not the case for African people globally. You see?
All
so we have psychological issues that we must address as a race. And if we don't address it, we're going to be here another 100 years talking about the same thing. I rest my case.
Point well taken. Point well taken, sir. Talk to you soon. John, you see where you got us into this conundrum. All right. You know, I put out the question out there. What are we celebrating? And you know, I haven't seen a lot of response. Hold on 1 second. Yes, caller, go ahead, please. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, good day, Mr. Rattigan, and good day to your panel. I really do appreciate the conversation today. Now, I want to start off with the Kamina Smith, which I came in on the program with. Yes, Mr. Rattigan, I agree with the rest of the commentaries that says that you must push forward and you must bring this to some type of resolution on behalf of the Jamaican people. If it's prison, she must go to prison. Because, to tell you the truth, corruption robbed all of us. You see, it robbed all of us of real and true justice. So I applaud you for moving forward with that. The next thing regarding the Constitution. Now, Jamaica, I believe Jamaica needs a different political structure, yes. But I believe that Jamaica needs a full presidential republic and a full separation of powers. this argument, let me tell you something, Mr. Rattigan. You see, choose your head of state. Those are the ones with the real and true power. And we must fight. This is the fight. The fight is to make the people the ones who choose this person. This person must be beholden to only the people. The people must have the power, right? So this non-executive president or whatever president they want to put in this new constitution, we don't care. As long as the people get to choose that person, that is fine.
But hold on.
No,
let me ask you one quick question though, and the Canute mentioned it. How can you choose out of ignorance if you don't know what the issue is? How can you make an informed choice? And that's why you're saying, why this rush? Because people don't understand what's in this document. So how are they going to vote about something that they have no idea what's in there?
No, I agree. I agree on that. This is why I said this new constitution must be by the people and for the people.
Mm-hmm.
Without the people's consultation, then this constitution cannot contain the people's will.
Right.
So if the CRC or whomever they are, I don't know what private committee they have going on there and what they want to include and not include in the constitution. The people must vote. That is the next thing. You should not encourage the people not to vote, because when the people don't vote, then they will win by default. You must encourage the people to vote no on this new proposal, right? And in overwhelming numbers, and show them that Jamaican people don't want them little committees to create a life, a future for Jamaican people. We want to be the ones to do that.
Right.
And we have to do that with full participation, full consultation with the people.
Right. No, you make a good point. It's just a pity that the people who are running these, the CRCs, that they don't understand this. But anyway, let me run. Continue to listen. Let me just take another call. All right? Talk
Yes,
to you soon.
bless it, Lord.
All
And
right.
remember, tell
Yes, caller. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've been listening to the discussion, and a key part of the puzzle that is missing, where a lot of more don't know that the government of Jamaica is actually a company by the name State of Jamaica. The British Crown are the owners of this company named State of Jamaica, and the British monarch is the head of the company. That is where the title head of state come from.
Okay.
It is head of the company named State of Jamaica. Now what I'm seeing is that the JLP and the PMP politicians, they know this thing, but they are hiding it from Jamaican people. So the process that they are going through to form a republic, the only thing you can get from that process is a fake republic. Because what they want to do is put a Jamaican as the head of the company named State of Jamaica, while the British still in the background being the owners.
All right. Let me throw that out to the panel and see what they have to say about this idea of the Jamaica is a company called the State of Jamaica. Herb, what do you think about this?
Jamaica. Yes.
All right. Hold on 1 second. Caller, you have another question? Oh, he's gone. All right. Go ahead, Herb.
Yeah, that's been my argument from the start. That they
Not hearing you. You're very low.
Okay, can you hear me now?
A little bit better.
Yeah. Okay. My argument from the very start has been that the Constitution is written like a company regulation, and they're given instruction.
Hold on 1 second, Herb. Can everyone hear Herb? Because it's low on my end.
No, I hear him loud and clear.
You can hear him, John?
Loud and clear.
Hold on 1 second.
All right.
Yes, caller.
Yes, Uncle Rattigan, Uncle Herb, and Uncle Lemon. Bless up there themselves. Give thanks to God.
Yeah,
And
before
I
you
just have
start,
a
before you
question
start,
to ask.
hold on 1 second. Herb, let's come back. Let's just put a stick up pin on that issue.
I will,
One of
I will.
State of Jamaica, and after
Yeah.
this call, we'll go back to that. All right, go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. I just want to ask a few questions.
The floor
We
is yours.
speak
Go ahead.
about a constitution. Do Jamaica have a constitution, Uncle Rattigan?
Yes.
Or is just some documents that they handed to Jamaican leaders from the Queen?
Jamaica have what is purportedly a constitution.
Purportedly, okay. I will say with that. Another question. Do you think if the constitution was originally Jamaican constitution, do you think every one of us would know the ins and outs of the constitution like how we know reggae music?
Well, repeat that question, please.
Do you think if the constitution was originally Jamaican constitution written by the people and for the people, do you think every one of us would grow and know the constitution in our house so like any favorite reggae music song?
Yeah, well, look, that's an up for debate, but keep this in mind that at least when I was in school, they had something called civics, and we were taught the Constitution, or at least provisions of the Constitution, and they've removed that out of school. So now the children growing up, they have no idea what's going on with the Constitution. So they're at a deficit as far as that is concerned. No, I see what you're saying. If it was strictly Jamaican, it would be like a reggae song, like a Bob Marley song. Everybody know. Everybody would know the words. The second part of that is, okay, you know the words, but do you know what the words mean? And do you know how they apply?
And that is exactly the thing we need to know. So how are we going to reform something where 3/4 of the population don't have a knowledge what it is about and the meaning of it?
I agree.
How are we going to get the people input?
I agree with
unless the people are re-educated towards what a constitution is and how a constitution operates and how a constitution supposed to be in place.
I agree with you. I cannot take objection to what the questions you've raised. So what I'll do is I'll throw
so
those
what you
questions.
think, Uncle?
Yeah.
What you think? You don't think before the government be so egotistic and out of place with his crew? Cause this is a gangsterism them running around here. So before them be so out of place, why can't they take at least 5 to 10 years and educate the people about what a constitution is, so the people can have an idea, so the people can play a part in creating a Jamaican constitution for the people? With you people from outside of Jamaica, who is from Jamaica in the diaspora, with those universal knowledge and education you have, why can't you people put a panel together and formulate some documents that you can bring to the government or help the government with creating a constitution that the people can be a part of?
Well, the thing is, they formed their CRC and we weren't invited to that. Not even John was invited to that. We're not a party to it.
We cannot have crooks farming nothing in Jamaica, Uncle.
But the thing, but
hold
on a second. But keep this in mind. Keep this in mind. Even if only 30% of the people voted, we voted in those quote unquote crooks, and we voted them to represent us. So what does that tell you about us?
Uncle, I need the people to recognize we're not voting to come out and vote. We need to get out, and I need someone to encourage me, cause I know see no one in Jamaica who can encourage me right now in politics to vote,
Well, we have John. John is right here on the panel.
We need someone to come and encourage the people and make the people know them rights of voting, because the voting is not all about a price tag. I don't think you should put a price tag on your vote.
Okay, I agree with you.
Cause Uncle, when you buy something, if I come to you and purchase something from you and bring it home, it belongs to you anymore, or it belongs to me?
If you purchase it, it's yours.
So if the government and his friend come out and purchase the vote, can the people tell the government how to operate in office when the vote is for the government, not the people anymore?
I mean, look, you're raising some good points. And I mean, I don't have the answer to some of the questions you're raising. In fact, I have some of the questions you're raising, I ask them sometimes too. And I think one of the most instructive things you said a lot of things that I agree with. One of them is that we need to educate people about the voting, about what are you voting for, how valuable is your vote.
It's not just, you can't just put a price tag on it. So I agree with you. But we're going to explore some of those topics. So stay tuned and thanks for the support. All right?
Yes, Uncle, you're welcome, and bless up the panel. Uncle Herb and Uncle Lennon, bless up the eye themselves. Give thanks to the eye them works, the eye them put in.
Yes, brethren. Take care of yourself now. Herb, getting back to this thing now about the state of Jamaica. You were about to explain something.
Yeah.
That it's a corporation.
Yeah, Jamaica's corporate headquarters is in London, right? And so is all the other British, Commonwealth, Caribbean islands. Their corporate headquarters are right there in London. What was left as a constitution was actually a set of instructions on how to run the company, how the offices of the company will interact with each other. The only thing that they could not merge together was the judiciary, right? So the judiciary is the only avenue we may have.
Yeah, hold on.
Go ahead.
Sure. All right, I tell you what. Let me take this call, Herb,
Yeah,
and then what I'll do
ahead.
is I'll just turn off the phone so you can finish your explanation before we move further. But caller, go ahead, please.
Sorry for the interruption. Good evening,
No.
everyone.
You have nothing to be sorry about. No. We like the interruption. Go ahead, please.
No worries. I was wondering if you guys ever heard about public interest litigations that have been used worldwide to make landmark decisions. It is, that it directly affects human rights and, it resolves public discrepancies. It is defined as anything that would, that affects the well-being, the rights, health, finance, the public at large, and it advocates for people living in poverty and, those that are marginalized. I was wondering how it could be used, but when I thought about it, I was watching a program in India where they used that to, help people that were suffering, from some construction. And I thought about the bauxite industry. Can that be used as like an injunction to stop the mining? As it, because it's, they're not making any money from it, and it affects the environment, and it's a human rights issue. And I have another question regarding the foundation that you're using. I was wondering, what's your vetting process about those attorneys that you're using? And I know Mr. Herb, but just some, just an idea of what the people are like, and maybe I could give you an idea. Some of those disgruntled employees at the DPP office, maybe those that used to be working there, former or present, maybe could quote some of them if they're qualified. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much for the call. The idea of using that law that you referenced, that's part of what the foundation will be doing. That will be just one tool in the arsenal of tools that we have to address the shortfalls and the ills of the government. The last thing she mentioned was had to do with that as well. Whether or not we're vetting people and whether or not we could use attorneys, disgruntled employees of the DPP. We have our feelers out, and we definitely will be doing vetting of individuals and corporations, companies, to advance the interests of the Jamaican people, the poor, the middle class. The rich, they can take care of themselves. So, but if they need us, we're there for them, because if the government is doing something untoward them, then we'll have to get involved as well. But the foundation is primarily for people who cannot afford legal representation, and they're being taken advantage of. And I appeal to everyone to make to provide the support that we need, because you may not think you need it now, but there could come a day when you're going to need it, and there's no one there to provide the assistance that you need. So that's where we are with that. Now, Herb, go ahead, please, and talk about the. Let me just turn the phone off for now while you finish your explanation. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when they left us in '62, they still wanted control. So everything you're witnessing with the Governor General, that he has to okay everything. It's a planned event. There is no freedom, so to speak, to come in and do our own thing, right? because if there's something that threatens the Commonwealth and the system that was left to all of the Commonwealth members, the UK, the British, the monarchy has always had an option of interfering. Let me give you a couple cases. Grenada. When Grenada wanted true independence and were doing their own thing, the interference came because the monarchy stepped aside and allowed the US to do the invasion and to put down the so-called anarchy, right? You see all the same thing in Guyana. When the Guyanese, Rattigan, was elected and he wanted his opportunity to do his own thing, the British weren't having no part of it, neither was the US. And so we have seen Rattigan disenfranchised in Guyana and pushed aside in favor of a lesser, what they consider the lesser of two evils. So in each instance where we have independent minds, such as a Michael Manley, that has a system, democratic socialism, that could have worked, there was no way they were going to allow it to succeed. They did the same thing in Guatemala. They did the same thing with the Iranians, Mossadegh and Arbenz in Guatemala. And we see a need to control what the US referred to as filling the void after the British left. Somebody has to fill the void. So they left in place a system of control, right? There is no freedom of thought in that parliament. And we see where in the parliament, it's like they decide what the game plan is going to be and everybody falls in line. It doesn't matter what the constituencies are saying because these people don't live in their constituency and they don't have any leverage over the members of parliament. So pretty much we have a system that's messed up, that has never worked, and that has been deteriorating from 1962 till now. So where we are now is we've got one foot where the Haitians are, and we've got another foot hanging on for dear life so that we don't slide all the way into that situation that Haiti is in, right?
Okay.
Well, I think your headphone might be causing an echo. Well?
Yes, go ahead.
I think your headphones causing an echo.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, I'm the problem.
One of the earlier callers said about, because I said about not voting for the referendum so we can stop the CRC. But the caller said he's against, he said people should vote. And he said that they should vote no. What does he mean by vote no for what? Because it's going to be, the two votes are going to be, do you want the king to remain or do you want a republic? That's going to be the options, aren't they? There's not going to be a no vote. That's going to be the option, isn't it? So the people, there's not going to be that's going to be the option. Do you want a republic or do you want the monarchy? And so what do you do if you don't want it? Yeah, the only way to stop it is surely by not voting. But it's not even that, as I said. People are not going to vote. We're going to have a turnout of about 35%. The government we need to make sure the government tells us, and they're not. At one of the CRC meetings in either South or Santa Cruz, a guy raised this question, and Malahoo Fort was in the order. It was actually one of the panelists, and she evaded the question. He asked her 2 times. How many people, what percentage has to turn up to vote for the referendum to make it ratified? She dodged the question. He came back again, asked her again, dodged it again. It's a problem, Will. It's a big problem. And I think if your the people, your listeners, they should actually start commenting about this. We really need to find out what the what would you say? What rules, whatever the word, I can't find a word. But we need to know what are the conditions are. What conditions will be set to make this thing ratified? Can't be 35% of the people voting, mate. Cannot.
What you're saying, Doc, is that 25 or 35% of the people voting will be setting the rules of the road ahead for the other 65% of the population, both at home and in the diaspora. And that wouldn't be fair, okay? You need everybody's vote, but first of all, you need to establish a slate of interests that people can vote on. First one I'd want to establish is every member of parliament living in their own district.
No, sorry, Herb, you're not hearing what I'm saying. People aren't going to vote. Full stop. It doesn't matter what we say. I live here. I know these people. I talk to them. They're not going to vote. We can talk until the cows come home, mate. The people are not going to vote, and you're going to find out we get 35%, and they're going to do what they want to do. And the next thing you know, they're going to deliver this constitution, and you guys are going to be there talking about this constitution. That's what's going to happen. They're going to deliver constitution. We know this. They're giving away our bauxite right now. I sent you something I sent you something, about the $1. And this company that bought it, I can't remember the name of the company, but they've made 103 million US profit, not profit, but that's what they booked as like a profit for it. What that is, I read through it, and my understanding, and I'm not an economist, is that I looked through the report, and on the books of Jamaica is a 108 million US tax credit, which means they will not pay taxes until that 108 million is paid, it disappears. They're going to be taking that bauxite for nothing until that tax credit is wiped off. Now you explain to me how a mining company can get a tax credit. If a mining company is not making money, it must stop, you must shut it down. Mining, it does one thing, it makes money from destruction, pain and suffering. That's what mining does. You can't have a mining company getting tax credits. It must pay tax. Not only must it pay tax, its taxes must be monumental, because they must compensate the people that you're going to relocate. It must be able to build the roads and infrastructure. It must be a significant earner. It can't even be paying. They said about tax credit of 108 million. That tax credit should be just for not even a year, for 6 months. They should be paying us at least 200, 300 million a year for the damage that they do. I went around 2 places in Manchester yesterday, a place called St. Tullis. And as soon as we got there, the first lady we talked to, she wanted to protest immediately. Dust is killing us. That's all we ever heard. The dust is killing us here. And yet, here we are talking about a constitution that will leave this in place for the dust to continue killing the people. The photograph behind me is of the poison ponds that Windalco built. Windalco needs these ponds to put all their toxic waste in them. Nothing can grow in or around them. Not only that, the seepage gets into the ground and poisons the groundwater. This is going to be there for generations upon generations. And what did the government do of the day? Say to them, yeah, you have to build this. And they said, well, where can we build it? So what did they do? Build it right next door to a high school that has over 1,400 children. That's just children, not the staff as well. So it's probably over 1,500. And you're going to spend, these are the people we're allowing to write a constitution. Huh? We're going to allow these people to deliver a constitution to us. That's what we're doing. We're having these debates. and they don't care. They're
Let me
not
ask you
listening.
this. Let me ask you this. How do we energize the population? Because I get your point that they're going to do whatever they want to do and that there is voter apathy. So the pressing question is, how do you address voter apathy and get people energized to the point where they now come out and they start voting their community? Like, for example, the picture behind you, they start voting against that. How do you get people to start doing that? Because you live there. So
They're not going to vote against. What do you mean by vote against? Are they voting against?
No, how do you get them? No, the question I'm asking, how do you get, because you're saying that the issue is voter apathy. How do you get people energized to the point where they start taking an interest in what's going on and start voting accordingly?
No. I'm not saying. I'm saying that the voter apathy is what's going to be the problem to push through. Yeah. I'm saying that we can't ratify anything that the CRC does, because all they're going to do is create a constitution that's not for us, isn't it? We have to stop the process. So it's not a case of voter apathy. The voter apathy, I'm saying that the voter apathy will deliver a bad constitution. Even if 100% of the people vote, it's going to be for a constitution that the JLP and the PNP want. That's the problem. We can't have a constitution written by them. That's what one of the guys said. We can't have a constitution written by thieves and corrupt people. We can't. This is a message that we have to get out, surely, that these are the people who are going to deliver a constitution. The same people who allowed poison ponds to be built next to a school. Same people who allow your bauxite to be just taken for free. While it's been taken for free, you have hedge fund managers getting richer. You can just imagine the conversations they're having in their bow ties and saying, oh yeah, little Johnny, when he's at Eton, which costs £50,000 a year, and he wants to go to Monaco on holiday, and that's going to cost him 20,000. And I say, you know what, I'll find the 20,000 for you by just going to the Jamaican government and pulling a deal with them that you don't pay any more bloody tax. How much tax do the hotels pay? Will do you reckon they pay any tax? They create these dodgy jobs that 90% of them are minimum wage. We're going to have exactly this. Yeah, we won't get better under whatever constitution they deliver. The poor are going to still suffer. They're not going to get education. They're not going to get education. Why are they going to educate people? It's against their interest to educate people. They educate people. They're going to have people like me talking. That's great, isn't it, for them? They're going to get voters that aren't there in support. They don't want to educate anybody.
So you have no faith then, and this is a question, do you have any faith in the electorate then to deliver what should be delivered, which is a devastating blow to the CRC and those who would support the CRC?
The only way is for us to get this idea that we have to stop this process. They're going to have a referendum, we know that. They're going to have it. Now, somehow, we have to find out what are the conditions, what will ratify it. Because anyhow, we allow it to go ahead, 35% of the people are going to vote. That's what's going to vote. Even if it was 100, it doesn't matter. We can't have anybody voting for what they're going to deliver with. Surely, I don't see what's difficult with what I'm trying to say.
So you're saying, no, what you're saying then is just stop the process. Just have them stop it.
Yeah, just stop it, because this thing's going to take years. You talked about we have to educate the people. They don't know nothing about it. I have not read the Constitution. The information I have about the Constitution, well, I got from you. And I'm telling you, there's no need for me to read the Constitution. You know why? The Constitution delivered to Jamaica I live in now. So I know it doesn't work for the people. So why do I need to read something where I know 100% does not work for the people? You've told us, in fact, that the Governor General is the most powerful man in the world, in Jamaica. And yet we have Dr. Thompson coming on, giving his opinions. You can't have opinions on fact, Bill. You can't have opinions on fact. Yeah? It's like saying, you're a good-looking fella and I'm ugly. Who's going to argue with that? They're going to say that's just a fact, innit? You can't argue with that. Huh? The man ain't going to say, Beyonce, I prefer to sleep with Beyonce, now I'm going to sleep with Sean. Not going to happen, is it? There's fact in it. You talk facts, well, that's what you say about your show. It's not about opinions or this, that, and whatever, it's salacious, whatever, and gossip. It's all about facts. That's why people come to your channel. And now we need to deliver some solutions as well.
But, you know, Dr. Lennon, the alternative...
John.
Yeah. The alternative, as I see it, is one morning Jamaicans wake up and the JDF has taken over the Parliament, King's House, and established martial law until further notice. Suspend the Constitution and have a council to form, and that council would then would be representatives, maybe 2 from each parish, right? That is responsible for vetting the parishes and getting the main markers for new constitution written up, right? All of this stuff with the bauxite and all the other transgressions that of corruption that are in process would go away, because they would put the hammer down on those people. Would have instant justice for those people responsible. I mean, this is what's happening now. Take Nigeria, for example. They run a pipeline from Nigeria across the country, and the payoff was made, and the people of Nigeria got no benefit. And the people of Nigeria said, really? And what did they do? They paraded their Minister of Finance on television and told him he had 48 hours to identify where the money went to, or they were going to execute him. I mean, this is instant karma of what you're talking about. Because if you suspend the Constitution, what are we operating on? Where is the justice and everything going to be coming from? There's none. And since we know it's corrupt, and we have all these corrupted people, that's probably what we need.
Okay, look, I'm not saying, when I say rip up the Constitution, I'm not saying like rip it up right now. Obviously, the country has to be run. The problem we have is this Constitution that these people are writing, we can't accept it. They cannot write it. As more than one caller said, and people writing in the comments. We can't have them doing it. It's not in what their wants and not our needs, and that's the problem, isn't it? They want things. They're greedy. They want things. We need in Jamaica. We need roads. Children need education. The country cannot move forward with the education system we have. You should have a look at our basic schools. I can't remember the figures, but something like the Ministry of Education a couple of 2 years ago in a budget speech, William said something like, for every $100 that the people spend on education, the guardian parent spend $150 for early education. $150 for every $100 spent, the parents pay $150. So straight away the poor ain't gonna get educated. The poor is going to get educated, so they cannot afford it. There's absolutely no money put into, very little money is put into early education. The most important thing, isn't it? It's the building block, is your foundation of your country. And that is where they spend the least money. So you're in trouble. And yet you're going to allow these people to write your constitution. It's madness. Yeah. You're sabotaging yourself.
Yeah.
You're sabotaging yourself.
hold on 1 second, John. Nicole, go ahead, please.
Okay, so how many times are we gonna continue? Because I'm just tired of the talking now.
Bravo.
I'm ready for action. What is the
Yeah.
action plan? Like, let's get an action plan, and every week we come here, we're working towards whatever the action plan is. We have had conversations multiple times, multiple weeks, through different arenas, different channels. We need to do a united front as people outside of Jamaica, or if we're going to work with people in Jamaica, we Jamaicans. And let's just start setting the plan. We have the first one we want to tackle, the next two, next three, whatever it is. But we can't continue to beat the dead horse.
Okay. All right. Well, I tell you what. Let me take another call. I'm gonna touch base with you after this. Something I want to talk to you about. But I agree with you that we need to have an action plan. All right. So.
Yeah, I'm dying for that.
All right. Let's talk soon. All right.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Take care. Caller, go ahead, please. Hello.
Yes, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
David, sir. Yes, I'm listening to what that gentleman is saying about this backside and stuff like that. But tell me, does the leader of opposition know about all those things?
Well, let's ask the professor. John. He'll soon be back. Yeah, there he is. John, there's a question.
Of course he knows about it. Yeah, they know about it because I've written to them all. I've written to everybody.
Hello?
It's impossible for them not to know about it because
hello?
It's a bauxite levy, and the bauxite levy goes to the Ministry of Finance, so everybody knows about it. So yeah, and in this area that I went to yesterday, 2 times I've been
Hold on 1 second, John. Hold on. Caller, can you hear? John speaking? Can you hear him?
I'm not hearing John. Is he speaking? I'm not hearing him.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear him now?
No, sir, I'm not hearing John.
Oh, that's weird.
You can hear me.
Okay, I can pose a question to you and you can argue. Does the leader of opposition know about it?
Yeah, well, he just responded. He said, yes, the leader of the opposition knows about it because he's personally written to him, and not just him, but a lot of people in the opposition and the government and private sector. That he's reached out to a lot of people to let them know what's going on.
And I heard you're talking about energizing people like to vote or not. But does the leader of opposition want to make any changes to that? You think he want to make changes?
Who's going to make changes?
I heard you're talking about energizing people to vote.
Yes.
But energizing people to vote and to change the government. Does the leader of opposition, when he becomes the government, does he going to make any changes to all those thieving and what is going on in those backsides and whatever?
Well, I'll tell you what, that's a question that he should be hearing. That's a question that should be asked of him. It's hard for me to answer a question like that for him. But let me be clear. No, but hold on. Let me be clear that when it comes to voting for a politician, here is my take on it. If a politician is taking care of the community, if he's fixing the roads, if he's providing the water supply, education, housing, all of those things that he promised or she promised to deliver. If they're doing that, then I say, regardless of the party, regardless of the color, vote for them. If they're doing right by you, yeah. But if they're not doing right by you, if they promised you things and they didn't deliver, if they start putting a holding pond with poison next to a school in your neighborhood, then why would you vote for somebody like that?
That's true.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. You vote for people who are delivering, who are providing service delivery. You vote for those people.
You're right. And the next thing I want to say to you, the Prime Minister, as I think, might be wrong, I could be right, is trying to push through that constitution, whatever you call it, so he can say, this is my legacy. Well, because I heard he said one time, he's not thinking about winning anymore, he's thinking about legacy.
You're absolutely correct. He did say that at the church that's located on the Washington Boulevard there. He did say that. Say he's not worried about popularity, he said. He said he's no concerned about legacy. And that's a terrible statement to make for a young man who has a country to carry on his shoulder, a country to lead. He's a youngster.
He's a youngster compared to some of us here on the panel. And then he's going to talk about, he hasn't even done the job that he promised to do, yet he's talking about legacy. That's nonsense. So I can't answer for him. I can't answer for the leader of the opposition.
So don't you think that's why he want to push through that constitution? I don't know. You might can't answer, but that's my take on it.
All right. We'll just have to leave it there.
You have a good night, sir.
All right. Take care now. Be well. Thanks for the support.
Enough respect to you and your panel.
All right. Thanks. Hey, we're gonna end in about 7 minutes. So if anybody wants to call, I'll take one more call and then we'll have to end it and then we'll come back next week. So
yeah, let me jump in on something then, Will. Cause what was the lady's name who spoke about solutions? Nicole, was it?
Nicole, yes.
All right. As you know, Will, I told you about the petition that I've started. So if you can put out the link so people can see that. And it's a petition for action to be taken regarding bauxite because we're not getting any money from it. And we know about the destruction. And it's not just the destruction, it's the health benefits as well.
Hold on, caller. Go ahead, John.
It's the impact on health. I mean, I never realized it's so devastating. I mean, the dust is killing people. It really is. You have 20% of people in Jamaica are born actually with asthma. So you can just imagine how many people have asthma in these mining communities. And this is something that is incurable.
Okay.
You have other diseases that people have that will kill them. And again, because these are all poor people, they will never be able to afford the medication, etc., to get treated. So these people are going to live a life of suffering. So I started this petition. And it's not just a petition about mining. It will open the doors for other things, for the amount of corruption, because you're going to find out, well, why have we got mining? If we're not making any money from mining, why have we got it? And the main reason why we have it is because of the vested interests who do the actual mining itself. The people who mine are actually Jamaican companies. And the people who hold the bauxite, the trucks are owned by Jamaicans. And if it's the case that parliamentarians are involved in any of these companies, then we have a conflict of interest. So this will open up the door to finding out a great deal of corruption. Also, I always talk about solutions. We can, instead of having bauxite mining, we should have better agriculture and food processing, solar and wind powered food processing. Dr. Thompson talked about value added. Yes, we need to add value to all these products that we have. Why are we importing all of this stuff from Trinidad that we can make here? All these snacks. Those are factories that we can open up and make these things. Yeah, okay, they're not going to be jobs that are going to make people rich, but we have to start somewhere. China did. China started making clothes and stuff like that, and now they're talking about putting a man on Mars.
Yeah.
So we have to start somewhere. We have to take these people off the streets and give them, and this will build hope as well, won't it? Social intervention.
All right. Hold on 1 second, John. Caller, go ahead, please. And
Thank you, Mr. Rattigan. I think our solution might be right back to the start of the program, the foundation.
Mm-hmm.
I think you said that the goal of the foundation is to treat with there being, any overreach or any abuse of the population by government. And it sounds like a potential one for the foundation to take on with our support, granted.
Yes.
But it sounds something that sounds national, sounds like the people are negatively affected. It sounds like it just needs to be attacked. So we may have part of the solution right in this foundation to begin to attack this, because as it is said, in light of the lack of information and misinformation and ignorance, is it really going to be legitimate?
Right.
So that's all I wanted to say very quickly. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, sir. All right. I was saying that I see two people have been trying to get in on the line. I wish they'd call now, because we don't have much time remaining. But it's been an interesting conversation. What I'd like you to do, and I think this would be well received. I would like you to do a piece on just bauxite, here's a caller. Maybe next week or so, I'd like you to just do a piece because several people have spoken about, in the chat. They're talking about bauxite. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Sotaborn here. The lady raised up 14 points about us doing things. Yes, we have exhausted the conversation. Maybe the diaspora, and with the backing of your foundation, need to put their own constitutional committee together. Granted that we talk about us having a larger population outside of Jamaica than we have inside Jamaica, and that all the decisions that have been impacted will impact all of us, so to speak. And the fact that dual citizenship entitles us to have certain rights which they are not prepared to recognize in the Constitution. So maybe we need to establish our own constitutional review committee in the diaspora, and then even as they put one together, we match it up point by point, side by side, to see how it measures out. That's my comment on that point.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right. That's another voice there saying that maybe we should do something in the diaspora. I guess it's a counter constitution to what's being proposed, or whatever they come up with at the end of the day, and then make a comparison. But again, we're back. That would take us right back to what you said, John. Is that how would that help the situation? Because they're just going to do whatever they want to do, so they could just ignore it.
They will ignore it. They will. We know that. That's the problem.
This is why I've said it would take radical action to stop the bleeding that's occurring right now. Right? You would need a strong police chief with knowledge of what's happening, and a dedicated Supreme Court justice to give the order to cease and desist and have the police to enforce it. Because we said a while back, and maybe a month or two ago, that it takes around $20 million a year investment to alleviate the health issues that you're addressing, John. 20 million. So I understand, and what it looks like when they said there's no money being made from bauxite, and you said, why are you mining? There's a deal somewhere, a secret deal, that money's coming and people profit with the transportation of the bauxite ore to the port or what have you. And that secret deal excludes payment for the medical issues and the land reclamation to restore the land after these people leave. Right? They have no intent of restoring the land. They have no intent of restoring people's health. And they probably don't even give notice to people to move anymore. They let the people stay right there and they get sick and they die. And the government allows that.
Yeah.
So, who's protecting the public? Not the local parish council, and sure as hell not their MP, who doesn't live in the area, most likely. So the bottom line is, somebody has to step up their game and use the Constitution. The only people I can see doing that is the law and the law enforcement folks. They would have to step up radically to correct a lot of the mess that's going on. And we would need the courts involved more than ever. And maybe that's where we can play a role eventually in trying to get some of these things addressed by the court. And have the court to see that people are being excluded from the decision making in the bauxite industry, very much so as they will be excluded in the constitutional reforms. Because you don't want to educate people too much, because they're going to argue with you. You're going to get in the way, right?
Well,
that's
look,
the bottom line.
Let's just leave it there. Tonight, folks, you have to listen to Relax with the Rebel. I mean, it's going to be a dynamic program. Some of the topics that we talked about today, they will be, not some, all of the topics we talked about today will be reflected in the music. So I urge you to just tune in tonight at midnight New York time or 11 p.m. Jamaica time on Reggae Global Radio and tune into Relax with the Rebel. We're going to have to leave it there for now. But John, as I said to you before, I'd love for you, maybe not next week or whenever you feel comfortable doing a presentation, because I'd love to hear it from you, because you're a wealth of knowledge when it comes to the picture behind you and all the things that are going on that are destructive to our people, including the fact that we're not even getting paid for minerals being taken out of the bauxite being taken out of the country. So I want to thank you, and I want to thank Herb for his insightful contribution as well. And we look forward to seeing both of you next week. So any closing remarks from you?
The petition, Will. You must send out the petition. People are asking about it.
Okay, you sent it to me, so I'll send
Yeah,
it out.
please circulate it.
In fact, I'll
And
find a
when
way for the
you
radio
organize
station
it,
to send it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Herb?
Well, I appreciate the fact that you invited us here and that we can vent on behalf of the people. But the fact is, we need a lot of work, and we need it fast.
Right.
And the people people are dying every day, and there's nobody out there standing up for them or speaking for them. And I hope we can eventually do that. Speak for the dead, dying, and people who are trying to live.
And the Walking Dead, right? The dead dying and the Walking Dead.
Right.
All right.
And we can't put all our faith in one party or another. We need both parties to come clean and start doing the work that people sent them to Parliament to do.
All right.
That's the bottom line.
All right. Thank you, guys. We'll talk soon. All right. Everyone, take care, be well, and tune in tonight at midnight.